Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 on the rise upon the 7, and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to His holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution, and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything, and I do mean everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another late night library drawing family session. Honors to our beloved brother Born Dog. We've been letting our family digest some of the information that we put out here. We've been reaching, good numbers when it comes to dealing with reaching our people, family. And I just want to revisit a special measure because we've seen that this has been a hot topic today, within the House of Consciousness. And this is actually relating to basically scientific racism and their origins. I actually have video that I did on this one already. You can go through my channel, you can find it. And I want to present a particular book to be referenced that's actually compiled from some brothers and sisters in Africa, modern day Africa, the term that we use. We already know that the Moors labeled the land of Kubalan. That's the oldest name that was actually applied to the continent that was given directly by our people. We actually have this on the record for our family that would like to know it. I do this just to put the information out there. It ain't to force you to accept what it is that we put out here. I also want to warn you, if my computer so happen to drop, just stay on deck. I'll be back. We have seen recently that we've been having some issues that we normally don't have. You see? And I just want to bring clarity. I don't know why people keep revisiting subject matters that we've already covered and went over. Because what it does, it rehashes a wound and causes our people to become confused that were already confused to a certain degree. Nevertheless, that's what I'm going to do here. And I'll start doing this a lot because I really want to, now that y'all have a foundation and know exactly what it is we teach, those who are faithfully here Y'all know what that is, so ain't no need in worrying about having to question that. And if one do have questions, they can directly ask questions and we answer. But I really want to deal with things that are issues that we are to tackle now in the modern time, instead of having our people believe that they need to stay focused, on a whole bunch of ancient history. I mean, if you want the ancient history, everybody know that I ain't no joke when it come to giving you that. But I've done it so many times and spoke on it so many times, I can reference our family to it now, and they can go and look at it on their own time. And I will be going into these things time and time again, but I really want to deal with some of the issues that we are facing in the modern time, in the present time, and how we can make these teachings applicable to our conditions and the way we live, how these teachings can be used to uplift us. I want to focus so much on that, but we definitely had to remove the cobwebs and confusion, and also try to extract some of the prejudice and the bias that our people have out of them, because they have been listening to people who really don't know what they're talking about when it comes to dealing with some of the stuff we've been speaking on. And I don't say that in an arrogant way. I say that as somebody that's been studying for a long time and really looking at what we do. And I never studied to divide our people. That's just not my style. I don't study to go to war. I study to bring peace between us. But when I see those who would like to attack, the bridges that destroy the bridges that we are trying to build, that's when you see me unsheath that scimitar and go to work. You see, and stand in defense of not what I believe. When I be on the front line, I'm trying to defend the consciousness of my people that may not be yet mature enough to understand what we even talking about. And some people can be misled or led astray by being exposed to these type of conversations and not having any foundation. It can cause them to run away from the truth. And so that's why your brother always be on here trying to put the love out here, family. I want to give honors to the faithful and all of those who are listening in, because we'll never let you down. We heard that there were some who were demonstrating recently, even when it come down to dealing with the prophecy of Neferti. And Brother Borndall, you can attest to it. I had this up here for some time now, dealing with the prophecy of Neferti. We see the brother Smash Rockwell, tried to go into this a few days ago, on the channel. And I had already seen, a vibration of a spiritual connection to this prophecy, the prophecy of Neferti as it relates to the work that the ancestors have called me to do, and that's to help clean up the hearts and minds of our people from the division and the conflict. And so this is the main portion of that prophecy. It says, then in a suit, a king will come from the south, a many. Now, I didn't know anything about this prophecy, years ago when I took on, the attribute of many. And what I'm saying is that spiritually, there's a connection to this statement. And also doing my DNA history, it gave me even more inspiration. So I know that my mother traced back through my ancient mothers. The lineage is said to come out of the Sudan, what we call today Tarseti, Nubia, Kush, whichever name we want to use. Nevertheless, that's where the bloodline or the DNA came from. So when I seen this prophecy, I felt the connection to it. So it said in suit, a king would come from the south. And that's where I'm from. I'm from the south. A many, justified by name, son of a woman, Tarseti. This is symbolic prophecy fulfilled, not a grandiose claim. And like, oh, this thing is really talking about him. This is just a vibration that I feel attached to. So don't get it twisted. A child of Upper Egypt. Now that's where my DNA was said to come from the Kemetic aspect, according to my DNA markers. Upper Egypt, through Ramesses. He would take the white crown, and just so happen you see the white crown up here, and then you see it wrapped in red. You see? And he will wear the red crown and will join the two mighty. And this is really talking about lower and upper kingdom of Kemet. You know, to unite lower and upper Egypt to me represents a unity of the higher self and the lower self. You know, when you deal with it metaphysically or esoterically. But also when it comes to dealing with uniting our people, you know, as it has to do with those who are in a higher state of consciousness and those who are in a lower state of consciousness. I see this prophecy of Neferti as a representation of that. And so, like I said, I had already put this together long before your boy started talking about this. And Brother Barn Dog, you can attest to seeing this picture a couple of times throughout my works. But it ain't strange that they talking about it now. And they have no idea what they speaking about, because that's exactly what we're going to do tonight. We're going to show you the unity of our people, regardless of those who think they're in a high state of vibration or those who think somebody on a low road. You know, that's what we want to do with this knowledge. Because if you are not uplifting your people, if your knowledge is not bettering their condition, if your knowledge is not preparing them to be able to build better, you know, than we were able to build in the past, in the present time, if we're not able to do that, then the knowledge is useless. In fact, it has become more harmful to our people than useful to our people. You see, if we can't come here and get information and be inspired to become one, be inspired to become gods and goddesses for our sisters being with us, standing beside us, brothers, you know, God men, sisters, God women, you know, kings and queens. If we can't use this knowledge to build ourselves up to that extent, then what is the purpose of it? We might as well go back into the world and go to acting like NBC Negroes. We might as well get back out there in the street and act like we used to act if we ain't going to use the knowledge to build us up and stop faking it. You know, but that's not here what, you know, that's not here in what I'm trying to demonstrate. I'm here to really try to bring our people into oneness. We're not trying to use this knowledge to bring about more destruction and self-destruction. Knowledge means to know, and to know means to apply. So if you cannot make what you have learned applicable to yourself to better your condition, then you really don't know what you say you know. You see? Make no mistake about it, family. You really don't know what you say you know if you can't apply the knowledge that you claim to know to your condition. If it can't aid and assist you, if it don't uplift you, if it don't make you a better man, brothers, or a better woman, sisters, you know, then the knowledge is useless. If you cannot apply it to your well-being, if you can't apply it to being able to empower your family, it don't matter what it is we say we stand on, or what we call it, or what label we give to the truth. If you can't make it applicable to you, then it's an issue. So my subject title that I want to talk about tonight will deal with scientific racism and its origins. And we're going to come from the African Fact Book. And if y'all email me, I'll send y'all a copy of this right here. And let me get me a little banner and put cross here. And I'm going to pull it from, I see it done started. That done closed out. Let me see if I'm still open over here. I'm open here. So if I close out, I'll be coming in, family. That's right. Real ism. We with Saw on that. That's all we here to bring about. And we can bring real ism from many different aspects, family. You know? And I'm finna give you some real ism tonight. So y'all got to check this out. This is going to be powerful. You know, and be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe. You know, we're going to bring some grand measures on the manifest. So it's going to be powerful, family. Let me do this right here. I'm just trying to find me a little banner I want to put up here. And once I do that right there, we're going to go in. Let me see here. You know, I want y'all to know where all this conflict come from when it comes to dealing with this information and why our people are so divided. This is by design, family. This ain't by chance that our people up here still going back and forth with each other, you know, arguing over the things that are of no worth. This is meant to be this way. This is meant to be this way, family. Make no mistake about it. Let me see here. So I'm gonna share my screen in a minute. I just want to get to this one point right here. As soon as I put this banner on here, we're gonna go in. And this one here, you know, it ain't a big PowerPoint demonstration. Okay, but this is actually going to go into some grand messages. Because a lot of this stuff that we dealing with, we are actually following the dictates, you know, and I say we, even though I know better, we as a people have been following the dictates of scientific racism. And it has caused us to become divided as a people. The Europeans done this on purpose. And that's why you still see our people arguing the same stuff all over and over again. Let me see here. I just was there a few minutes ago. I'm just trying to find that portion. Okay, they keep cutting it out. So like I said, if this thing shut down, I'm gonna definitely come right back in here. We can play that way too, family, till we figure out a way to get past their tactics, trying to keep this information away from the public, because we already know that's what they're doing. We already know they're trying to keep this information hidden right here, and they got the agent provocateurs following me from platform to platform, trying to discredit what it is that I'm trying to teach our people. It's obvious now that this is what they're doing. Okay, let me see here. Not that one. That's not the one that I was trying to find. Okay, I think this is it right here. Okay, that's good. Okay, not that one there. Okay. Okay, not that spot there. Okay, so we see they definitely want to play. We see they definitely want to play, family. They even done tried to put something up in here to make me sign in. Yes, sir. So y'all already see it. They already on the shenanigans. But we finna go ahead and bring this in. I actually was getting ready to paste my piece when they took this thing down. So we're gonna do this again, and I'm gonna go ahead and start sharing my screen. Okay, we'll do it like this right here. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're gonna use this as our banner right here, family. That way we can get on in this. Because we want to make sure that our family that's checking in can see what exactly what it is that we talking about. It don't take long for us to bring it in. That's on point. Right there. Okay, so let me take that portion out there so it don't interfere. And we're gonna add the banner. Okay, I'm gonna have to take one of them off of here in order to let's do this here. We're gonna delete this one. Okay. And now I'm gonna put her down here. Scroll across the bottom. We ready. All right, there we go. Yeah. This is basically letting our people know exactly what happened. And I'm gonna share the screen right now. And we're gonna go further into this information. Again, I'm gonna show you exactly what it is we're dealing with. There we go. I want to go with the tab itself. And this is actually coming from the African Fact Book family. It may slap off. If it does, we'll get it back to going. This was actually compiled by our brothers and sisters on the continent. And they are very plain and clear. You know, this is actually something being taught by them. This is 803 pages. You know, as you can see, the brothers here from Africa, and a lot of our so-called African brothers and our brothers over here on the continent that need to read this. You see, it's letting you know that they putting this together as a curriculum here. See, for the people of Africa, because they told you in this book here, they say that our people need to be educated, because a lot of the Africans don't know their history. So when you be having brothers trying to call on brothers from Africa like they know what's going on, half of them sleep over there too, because they've been hit across the head with the same set maul our people hit across the head with. See, partnership of African Union Commission, Musa Faki Mohammed, the chairperson, Ambassador Abdoulaye Diop, you know, possibly a relative of our brother Sheikh Diop, and some of them are. Chief of Staff here, and then we have Leslie Richard, Director of Information Communication. Wine Musabayana, Head of Communication. Jamal Adin Ahmed Al-Kara, and this is actually Senior Communication Officer. And this is also Sini Mariam Helu, Secretary of Office in the Legal Counsel. So this is not for play here, family. You know, and they give honors and shouts out to everybody, the editors and sub-editors, you know, and all of the professors that are involved in this information. But this ain't just some type of information. This is some very scholarly citations, so to speak, of information here. This is the African Fact Book, family. And see, they give honors to everybody here. Acknowledgements. Look at the acknowledgements they give here. Our special thanks go to the following historians, scholars, writers, Pan-Africanists, journalists whose works were quoted to extensio in this Facebook fact book, pardon self. It says we are greatly indebted to them, in debt to them, pardon self. And, it says that their invaluable works are very highly appreciated. And it goes into a whole bunch of people. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, people who we know of. You see, Ayi Kwei Arma, Sheikh Anta Diop, Professor Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. Chancellor Williams, Dr. Theo Paulo Benga, Joseph Ben Yakinen, George G.M. James, Walter Rodney, Dr. Jacob A. Caruthers, Ambassador Kwesi Carter, Adam Hochschild, Robin Walker, Professor Henry Louis Gates Jr., who, you know, see, they quoting people that we already know. I ain't got to go through here. Coretta Scott King, they quoting everybody. They pretty much didn't leave nobody out in these shout outs up here, family. There's a whole lot of them in here that they spoke of. So a lot of their works are dependent upon these same scholars here. So what I'm gonna do to get straight to the point, you know, because they're talking about Dr. John Henry Clarke here. You know, in their opening, they talking about the greats. All of our people need this book to use it, you know, as a study guide, to understanding who we are, because they are very honest in here. Can't nobody say, oh, that's the Moors saying that, or that's the Pan-African people here saying that, or these are unbiased elders giving us the history right here, family, from the African fact book written in Africa. This is what they are saying, not commission. It ain't got nothing to do with what the Moors trying to say, you know, from the extent of saying, oh yeah, we pushing our narrative. I'm showing you unbiasedly. This is how we get a truth up over here. We don't play, family. Watch this. Let's see what they have to say about race. Scientific racism, to be exact. Then once we get into this, oh, they didn't put the N in there. There we go. We're going to start right here, because they had a conversation today talking about race. So let's go up a little bit. I want to go exactly where everything starts. Let's start right here. So our brothers and sisters said, since the mid-14th century, the rise of the transatlantic slave trade, European scientific racists, see, this is what you got to start calling them out as. So when you see somebody out here trying to push Darwinism, they are pushing the philosophy of scientific racism. I'm just giving it to you blood raw. You know, I don't care who feelings I hurt. I'm telling you, that's what they demonstrate, scientific racism. And I done told many of those who love Darwin this to their face. So we ain't talking bad behind no back. We say it to them in their face that they demonstrating scientific racism. That's where the concept of all the apeism and monkeyism and all that come from as well. Scientific racists have conjured up race classifications. What are race classifications? White man, black man, Chinese man, you know, Caucasian, all that type of stuff that they come up with. These race classifications are part of scientific racism. So if you have our people that are using these terminologies, they are promoting scientific racism when they use the term white man, black man, you know, and all this type of stuff here, and they go to try and identify people accordingly. So it says, European scientific races have conjured up race classifications that have pushed the African down the race ladder, and in the process created the myth that black skin color, it says, meaning the African, is inferior to white skin color, meaning European. So in other words, they had to create a classification, you know, and make one superior and the other inferior. And that's what they did. But in truth, race does not exist, at least in the purely scientific sense. It is a chimera and a phantom. Racism, however, is a powerful reality and invention that is absurd, illogical, and irrational. Race is a figment of the collective imagination. Racism manifests itself in a destructively powerful way. Yet, together, race and racism are interdependent, feeding upon each other. Race cannot live without racism, and racism can't live without race. That's why the European brought it to you as a part of those lists of little differences that they talk about in the book dealing with Willie Lynchism. You see, the twin notions of race and racism combine to make a powerful concoction poisoning human relations. Don't you agree that this scientific racism has led to a poisoning in the way that we even deal with each other, less knowing the way we deal with other people, but the way we deal with each other, the thinking, the thought pattern. We can't even get along with each other because we got people that are prejudiced toward other people that look just like us based upon what somebody said somebody's ideology is. See? Maiming, killing, and destroying people everywhere in both hidden and open ways. You don't have to physically kill somebody to kill them. You can kill them and assassinate them intellectually. You can assassinate and kill them politically. You can kill them religiously. You can kill them socially. There are more than one way of taking ones off the count. I don't mind using these words. You gonna strike me, strike me. I'm blood raw. You feel me? I'm gonna teach the truth. I ain't telling nobody to do nothing they don't supposed to do. I'm blood raw. I ain't sensing nothing. Blood raw about what I come forth with. Sometimes people appear to understand both the absurdity and the power of the twin notions and express in the following trite phrases. Our differences are only skin deep, and we all belong to the human race. These two purchases, it says, are often invoked across the color bar, either to promote racial harmony or to expose the fallacy of racial exclusiveness. Huh? You hear that, right? That's what you're going to deal with. Either you're going to deal with racial harmony or expose fallacy of racial exclusiveness. The truth in these two observations is beyond contest. Yet the history of the human race suggests that people use these terms without really meaning the idea behind them. That's facts. They're only going off what they've been taught. They don't even know why they use these terms half of the time. That's big facts, family. So it says, then what is race? And what is racism? How did race and racism happen? What are their effects? How can the notion of race be dislodged from popular consciousness? How can racism be dismantled? There's little scholarly consensus on the meaning of the term race. However, most social scientists, indeed biological scientists and geneticists, agree that race is a human-invented concept. Thus, race can be defined as a grouping of human population characterized by socially selected physical traits. Facts. What this definition points to is that race is a social construct. And that's what we keep trying to tell our people. When you say black, white, all of these are descriptions. They don't really necessarily fit the description. Because we can't say definitively when we use the term black, if we were looking at it as a description in the way black look, that wouldn't define all of us. Because some of us have a brown tone. Some of us maybe have a red or what we call a yellow tone, even among our people. So how can you say we are black as a race as a whole? It don't make no sense. You see what I'm saying? What this definition points to is that race is a social construct, society's invention. In ancient Kemet, they wasn't busy trying to deal with separating people based upon a social construct. They identified who people were, and that's what it was. But you don't see nowhere where there's any indoctrination in the book based upon, the way somebody described the way somebody looked. You'll never find that in the ancient teachings of our ancestors. What we see as race is based on a small set of physical characteristics: skin color, hair texture, facial features. Superficial manifestations of eons. It says in genetic mutation, gene, environment, interaction. We know for a fact that even amongst ourselves, outside of somebody else trying to classify us according to our skin color, hair texture, and facial features, we do it to ourselves. We got those amongst ourselves who think lighter is better than the darker hue, or some think dark is better than the lighter hue. I'm talking about just among us as a people, hair texture and hair color. You know, his hair nappy, her hair ain't. Hair so good because it's so soft. Facial features. Oh, he got a big nose. She got big nose. He got big lips, big ear. It's stuff we dealing with within ourselves. Less knowing those who are outside of us trying to classify us, and we learn that behavior from the oppressor. Superficial manifestations of eons of genetic mutations and gene environment interactions. In other words, race is neither natural nor biological. Instead, the concept was artificially and arbitrarily created by human beings. It also means that race is not genetically predetermined or divinely created. In other words, what constitutes race is like beauty. It is, say, in the eye of the beholder. And then they got these little quotes they put in here as well. Like this is one of the African proverbs. It says, a bird that flies from the ground onto an anthill does not know that it is still on the ground. That's powerful. That's powerful, family. And that's just like our people when it comes to these different racial classifications. No matter what you call yourself, if you ain't elevated with a view, you're still in the same condition. So it says, opposite page, it says there are physical differences among human beings, but they do not make them inferior. This young African woman's darker pigmentation in the presence of high levels of melanin, a molecule that protects her skin against ultraviolet rays of the sun. Without melanin acting as a shield from the sun, she would be burned or contract skin cancer. And we already know this is scientifically true. There are those who envy us because we come with that by God given degrees of unfoldment. The Europeans suffer from cancer like most of our people suffer from, issues with diabetes and different things. And all of this come from certain aspects of what we eat, the way that we are made. And, a lot of it in the West come from the diet that we deal with. But, on the other hand, they was born without that melanin like we have. In large amounts as we have it, I put it that way. So let me go further and keep moving. What I'm going to do, I'm going to check on my family real quick, too, just to make sure also that we still live and they ain't cut me off. So, all right. Yeah, family, y'all make sure y'all hit this, the like, share, and subscribe. And we're going to keep bringing these messages to the manifest. Honest to you, UTLS, United Through Life Struggles. We talking about some of that right now. So let me go back over here. It says there are indeed physical differences among human beings. A Chinese man is obviously as different from the Portuguese as the Englishman is from the Nigerian Igbo man. However, what our eyes see as physical differences are only superficial traits, differences brought about by geographic and climatic adaptations. An Igbo man is darker than an Englishman simply because he lives in the tropics and is closer to the equator with plenty of sunshine. His darker pigmentation is the result of the presence of high levels of melanin, a molecule that protects his skin against the ultraviolet rays of the sun. So y'all see how they're bringing forth scientific analyses in this as well. It says, without melanin acting as a shield from the sun, the Igbo man would burn or contract skin cancer. Same statement was made above in reference to the sister, right? It says the Englishman's lighter complexion in contrast signifies the presence of vitamin D. It says an organic chemical that helps him absorb little sunshine. It says available to him in his cold environment. This also helps him to absorb calcium, a chemical element needed needed for strong bones to prevent rickets or softening of the bones. Such adaptation to geographic and climatic conditions is a natural survival mechanism for everyone. Long periods of adaptation to geographic and climatic conditions ensure the interaction between genes and the environment. In other words, mutation took place in the original Englishman and original Igbo man in their efforts to survive in the polar and tropical regions, respectively. In time, they passed on these survival genes to their offspring. Thus, the Englishman and his offspring became paler in their complexions, while the Igbo man and his descendants became darker. So this is saying that we adapt to our environment, and the way that we are made, are basically built. The materials that we are made of these things in order that we may be able to adapt to our environment. Some people use this, well, these are evolutionary traits. All right. All is well. But it says, irrespective of the connotations attached to blackness by Euro-American historians and writers, black is still beautiful, and Africans continue to be proud of their skin color, right? So it goes on. It says, this explains why the further people from the equator towards the North Pole in the lighter skin complexion, skin color from, say, Sudan to Iceland, it says it's continuum from dark to pale, with no clinical way to pinpoint where the black race ends and where the white race begins. But that does not explain why the Igbo man became a member of the so-called Negroid or black race. An Englishman became a member of the so-called Caucasoid or white race. Now they finna get into it, family. Race as a modern idea. Race as an idea has not always been with us. The term, according to historians, was first used in the 15th century by an English poet to refer to a line of British kings. Other historians trace the beginnings of the term to about 1580, when it was introduced into the English language to denote a people of common descent. Increasingly, the term came to be to refer to various nations such as the German race, the British race, the Russian race, etc. Now notice, if we look at these particular people that are referred to as races, there's something to be pointed out here before I move on. There's a place that is called Germany for the German race, right? There's a place called Britain for the British race, right? There's also a place called Russia for the Russian race, right? But where's the place called black for the black race? Let that marinate a bit. There's a place called China for the Chinese place. There's a place called Iran for Iranians. See, we can go on and on, but where is the place that is called black for black people? Please, somebody show me that. And I'll shut the live down right now. It don't exist. The modern use of the term can be traced to the 19th century and the advent of European Enlightenment movement. So if they're telling you that this term race in the first place being used originated in the 15th century, Kemet been on the manifest way before the 15th century. So they didn't use the term race because this didn't exist then. So how somebody gonna say the Kemetics talked about a black race? You see what I'm saying? It don't make sense when you look at it as it is. Now, if you just trying to stretch your imagination and make something what it ain't, then you're gonna always fall by climbing. But it says the modern use of the term can be traced to the 19th century and the advent of the European Enlightenment movement. Scholars at the time, with their preoccupation with positivism, positivism, so to speak, pardon self, it says, in the application of the science and the study of human society, led the way to scientific racism. The classification of the human species into subgroups or categories in the same manner that fauna and flora, plant and animal types were pigeonholed by biological scientists. Now, I've seen the brother arguing this tonight, dealing with racialization, but I used that argument before against him. I want to give shots out to him, because I can tell that he's been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying. That explains why he been agreeing with some of the stuff I've been saying here and there as well. But nevertheless, I've been telling our family that these titles deal with racialization and that they are given based upon superiority and inferiority. But it's only right when they come across it themselves. When I say it, it's pseudo, though. You know what I mean? But anyway, we ain't going to go there. Anyway, it says the pioneer in this field was Frenchman Francois Berner, who classified the human race into 4 categories: Europeans, including South Asians, North Africans, Native Americans, excluding Lapps, Far Easterners, and Sub-Saharan African and Lapps. And after Brenner, a long line of so-called naturalists emerged, Georgius Cuvier, James Cowles Pritchard, also Louis Agassiz and Charles Pickering, John Frederick Blumenbach, and Arthur Comite de Gombinu, each with its own number of racial groups. But Frederick Blumenbach is one of the most popular. He was related to, I want to say, Francis Galton, one of Darwin's buddies. So, he was close to the Darwinists and a lot of his information as well. But anyway, let me go here. Trying to move this. Okay, we'll do it like this then. It says the most influential of them all was German Blumenbach, who identified 5 races. This is what I keep trying to tell these people. Y'all done probably heard me say it. I done said it so many times. When they be trying to say, well, the Kemetic, they were Egypt were black. No, people, the word black didn't even exist in ancient Egypt. You won't find it nowhere beyond the English language. So we got to stop lying to ourselves and admit the truth. So this is where the concept of race is being applied to our people come from. This is from the African Fact Book, from Africans on the continent. These people do not agree with, these titles being applied to our people. Want to give honors to them, brother. They did their due diligence. And they used some of the science of our grace to get to this point. We ain't did this yet. So it'd probably be good to draw from their playbook. So it says the Caucasian or white race, into which he lumped the greater part of European nation, was those of Western Asia. 5 races now, Caucasian being mentioned. Then he had the Mongoloids, or the yellow race, occupying the Tatary, China, Japan, etc. Then in the 3rd, he had the Ethiopian or black race, inhabiting most of Africa except the North, Australia, and New Guinea, and other Pacific islands. And that goes to a lot of the people that also had to end up becoming, of what they call Southeast Asia. Then it says the American or red race, which occupies South America, and the Malay and brown race, which occupied the island of the Indio Archipelago. And some of these same terms was even used, adopted by our beloved brother Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Black man, brown man, red man, yellow man, and white man. These same things come from their scientific expression. And we so choose the term black because that's what they called us. But until he invented calling us that, what were we known as before that? I hate to get into these type of conversation, but some of our people just don't get it. So you got to go through all this explaining just to show them what is being given to them and what they willing to accept. And so they want to say the white people called you a Moor. Well, no, right here, the white people called you a black man. The white people called the Chinese a yellow man. The white people called, come on, man. So let's stop playing these games with semantics. What did the people call themselves? Did our people ever call themselves black people? The answer would be obviously what I just showed you in the time this word even originated, or these terms originated, they didn't exist. So you're a liar when you say that our people were black or they called themselves black. That ain't something I'm making up. You can see it right here. If the term didn't come into existence until the 19th and 15th centuries, people, how you gonna lie? And now people got a big problem with this. The same problem that a lot of the brothers, even some of the so-called chematologists, running around here talking about the metal never been deciphered, but it's based on monuments that came long after the ancestors had been gone, thousands of years. They got a real problem with that, I see. It didn't even come down to terms that they adopt. What did they call themselves? See, that's what I'm into. And that's why a lot of time my information clash with theirs. So you can all imagine me as being somebody with an ancient Kemetic mind, going at a lot of these people in the modern time, accepting what modern people say. So that lets you know if I ain't agreeing with them based upon me understanding what the ancients used to call themselves, then what do you think the ancients would be saying about them right now? Because that's what I'm going off. All my research, what I do, I trace it back as far as I can trace it. So far, sometimes they go back into the Latin language. You know, some of it I can read and look at, some of it I can't, depending on what the word or whatever it may be. But nevertheless, that's what I do. I go back to the oldest piece of material in antiquity. So that's why a lot of time these guys, we end up clashing. Because when I'm trying to tell them, no, this is what the native people call themselves, not what somebody defined it as, they act like they so ignorant to where they can't comprehend the difference between somebody using a modern term to explain something ancient. And I tell them, yeah, I understand how you trying to explain this, but I'm saying that the ancestors didn't call themselves that. Now, the wise would say, okay, yeah, brother, you're right. You know what I mean? But this is what we saying now. But I get it, bro. You're right. The ancestors didn't call it, but they don't want to do that. Because if they admit that the ancestors didn't call themselves something that they trying to call them now in the modern time, then that would make them feel like that they going in the wrong and they be seen by the masses and exposed. That's the real reason. Then some of them making money, you know, off of using certain terminology. They done said certain things. They done wrote checks, intellectual checks that they can't cash. You know, so now, you know, they want to hold on to that. They're going to ride it to the grave because the West taught them that. Rather than going back and correct your information, ride to the death with what it is you stand on. Don't never admit that you're wrong. You know, because if you do that, then you're going to lose the influence of the masses. You got to lie because you don't accepted the lie, so now you got to keep lying. And it shouldn't be that way, family. We got to learn how to be honest. So a lot of our family disingenuous, they intellectually honest, and they also insulting to you all that want to know the truth. Because they think our people are dumb enough to accept some of this stuff because they say so. Because they done got a little clout. And somebody done recognize them based on the little information they put out here. So all of a sudden, everything they say must be the gospel. So if you have that type of influence over our people, you hold that type of sway over them, then why not be honest and use that influence to be able to teach them the truth instead of teaching them to be liars? I told y'all I ain't even playing with these people no more, family. I tried to give them the olive branch. They think it's a game. But y'all seen how I've been, you know, scimitar straight unsheathed it at them. And that's how I'm going to stay. When I was in my youth family, I used to demonstrate like this. And I stopped it because I didn't want, you know, I didn't want to be going back and forth. But I see you can't be peaceful, you know, with people who have devoted themselves to trying to be like the adversary. You know, so I know now I got to unsheath the scimitar and I got to give it to them like that. Because if I don't, they think I'm playing. They think I'm something to play with. And they're going to find that out. They've been running. And they really didn't have no reason to run prior to, you know, this. But now, they better run. Because I ain't holding nothing back. I ain't trying to be the nice guy to them no more. I ain't trying to give them no olive branch. I'm looking at them as the adversary at this point. I'm just telling y'all, I love my people, but I'm talking about the people that's out here trying to push this nonsense. I look at them as the adversary. I'm telling you that. You ain't got to wonder and think about it, you know, until they show. If they show different and they show their intent is other than that, then I incline toward peace and give them the olive branch again. But other than that, it's up there. I'm like, just like they act. When they come out and they go to, I'm going to give it to them blood raw. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I've been trying to tell. I've been trying to warn them. But they don't want to listen. So I see I got to give them scimitar talk from now on. So anyway, unsurprisingly, all these European race categorizers place the European white race on top of the human pile. The European race was not only assigned the best of human characteristics, it was also elevated to the apex of human civilization. For instance, Blumenbeck allotted the first place on the human ladder to the Caucasian race by contending that this stock displays the most handsome features. He wrote, they have the kind of appearance which, according to our opinion of symmetry, we consider the most handsome and becoming. So by you accepting this categorization, you automatically accept being below the European, because they created it. They created this classist society expression of apartheid. We can even use that. They did this to put you on the bottom anyway. So it says the other races are believed to have been degenerates of Caucasian stock. Huh? So if you consider yourself black, then according to the science of John Blumenbeck, you are a degenerate of the Caucasian stock. The Caucasians, a white or European race, then was made the yardstick with which other races were measured. Several pseudoscientific experiments were carried out and aimed at proving the intellectual superiority of the European race. In particular, these scientific races employing several techniques and theories, including craniometry, the technique of measuring the bones of the skull, and phrenology, a theory which claimed to be able to determine character and personality traits, criminality on the base of the shape of the head. You get this here? So you was deemed a criminal by the way your head was shaped. Huh? Tried to desperately prove the intellectual and moral ethical superiority of whites and non-whites. It's all Darwin philosophy. Here's another African proverb. A fight between grasshoppers is a joy to the crow. I know y'all got that, because y'all know that crow loves some grasshoppers. And he see them get the fight over there. He might have not known they were there if they stayed down in that grass. But they went to getting crazy and to go to fighting and carry on. They're like, yeah, I'm coming to get you. You know, I see some food over there. Yum, yum. There's who it was it Strike on the Gremlin? Yum, yum. Yeah. So yeah, family. This is another draw. Let me check on my family and make sure they are right. Yeah, this is crazy, family. This thing is crazy. This is the African Fact Book, man. I'm telling y'all, it's the truth. Written by African brothers now. I want y'all to see some of the things they say about their own African people, though. You know, I'm going to get to that in a minute. So y'all stay tuned in. Watch this. It says, for example, Samuel Morton, 1839, the first American scientist to claim to have measured the brain capacity through skull size, made systematic errors. It says, and skewed his data in favor of his biasness. That means he's going to lie anyway. He concluded their larger skulls give Caucasians decided and unquestioned superiority over all nations of the earth. So they said because they had big heads, that made them more knowledgeable than us. They had more brain than us. Listen to this. That's insanity, people. If we see somebody with a large head with a little body, we automatically say something wrong with that boy. Let's just be honest, family. Either that or you got to be a gray alien or something like that. Stop it. Other pseudoscientists measure brain sizes of other races and, not surprisingly, concluded that Europeans, particularly Nordic and Northern and Western European men, had the largest brain sizes and therefore superior intellect. However, brain size is proportional to body size. Brain size has nothing to do with intellect. If you have a large body size, you naturally have a proportional head size. This brings to mind an elementary school classmate. He had an unusually large head, but he was most empty-headed of all the pupils. If a large head or brain equals to higher intellect, then this classmate and all the people with large heads should be geniuses. And what do we make of historical figures such as Plato, Leonardo da Vinci, Shakespeare, and Isaac Newton, and people of lesser stature, but of yet outstanding capabilities? The absurdity of it all is that the so-called race scientists did not provide one standard definition of race. Even now, there is hardly a uniform definition of the concept. If the scientific community cannot agree on a standard definition, wait until you hear the Tower of Babel confusion regarding racial identity in the global community. What constitutes a white person in Brazil or Haiti or Ghana is laughingly different from what constitutes a white person in the United States of America or England. In fact, truth be said, there is no white person as such in the world, as the group referred to as Caucasian white has predominantly pink skin color of different shades of pink, which has been elevated to white by the race categorizers for national pride, political, and other psychological reasonings. In the United States, thanks to the one-drop laws, any degree of African ancestry has historically made a person black. Such is not the case in Latin America or the Caribbean. It states, in these societies, any degree of non-African ancestry means that a person is not black. Thus, the same person defined as black in the USA may be considered colored in Jamaica or Martinique. It says, and white in the Dominican Republic. In Brazil, one survey of blacks generated 40 different words to describe their race/color. The possibilities between black and white are legion: preto, cabra, escuro, mulatto, claro, pardo, sarara, moreno, and bronco, de tierra. Experts report that some blacks in Brazil change their designations as they move to different social classes. Interestingly, at one point in time, some Europeans were not considered white. The Irish, the Italians, indeed Europeans from the Mediterranean, Alpine, eastern parts of Europe were not considered white in the USA. They had to earn their whiteness. Race was never just a matter of how you look. It was about how people assigned meaning to how you look. According to the historian Robin D.G. Kelly, Africans came to the New World not as black people, not as Negroes. They didn't see themselves that way. They saw themselves according to their own sort of ethnic identities. So it don't matter what they called them, they didn't answer to it. The same was true of Europeans who viewed themselves as Portuguese or English or Irish. Alderman adds, it says, it may be hard for us to comprehend today that the American Indians didn't see themselves as Indians, nor did the English see themselves as white. Neither saw themselves as a race. The people of the Americas were divided into separate and distinct nations, hundreds of them. The American nations, such as the Algonquians, differentiated themselves from the Iroquois, and the Cherokee by religion, language, and customs, just as Protestant English-speaking Britain distinguished itself from Catholic Spanish-speaking Spain. It says a fowl does not forget where it lays its eggs. I'm loving these African proverbs. So it goes on. It says the arbitrary numbers of races. The so-called race scientists conjured up an arbitrary numbers of races. Arthur Gabonneau, it says, who is regarded as the founder of the ideological racism. There you go, right there. They're telling you who founded this. If you wanted to know where it came from, you're getting it right now. Identified 3: the European Caucasian white race, Mongolian yellow race, and Ethiopian African. That's the white man, black man, Chinese man. Then Carl Linnaeus, another evolutionist, Darwinian, It says 1758 identified three imaginary races. Blumenbeck in 1781 delineated 5. We just showed you that. Houghton in 1926 discovered 3, and Garn in 1965 found 9, plus 2 lower level races. So all of them had a different classification. Which one of them was right? Seemed like everybody adopted Blumenbeck in the end, but I'm just saying. Hindsight and 200 years of science tells us that race scientists were badly mistaken. All of the frenetic attempts to categorize human groups into distinctive racial groups were discredited by the passage of time. And despite all the efforts by ideological intellectual heirs of the race scientists today, it has been shown, thanks to the completion of the Human Genome Project, to determine all 3 billion base pairs in the human genome with a minimum error rate, but also to identify all the genes in this vast amount of data, that it is futile and indeed absurd to classify the human species into distinctive and separate races. It is equally laughable to isolate or find one pure unadulterated race or group. There are no genetic markers that set the so-called races apart. And as a pillar, Ansario points out in race, it is impossible to locate any genetic markers that are in everybody of a particular race and in nobody of some other race. In fact, 96.8% of the genetic code between blacks and whites is shared, with only a maximum of 0.32 of the genes varying between any white or black person. The variation between whites and Asians is 0.19 and then 98.1% similar. And the difference between blacks and Asians, 0.47 and 95.3 similarly. These differences are far too small to indicate a speciation, as such phenomenon would typically be characterized by variation of many times greater than the above numbers. Therefore, there is no objective reason for splitting or lumping at any lower taxonomic level subspecies, races, or varieties. For instance, Europeans who reside near the Mediterranean have dark curly hair. One answer is that this was the area where the African Muslims called Moors colonized and lived for nearly 800 years between 711 AD and 1492 AD. It is only natural that they left their imprint on the bloodline of the people of that area. If for only 100 years of colonization in Africa and the Europeans left hundreds of thousands of colored people or mulattoes on the continent, imagine how millions of descendants of Africans left in Europe after 800 years of colonization in Southern Europe. So they're trying to tell you how strong that Moorish blood is. If you want to try to think about what the European effect was, because we already know we had a dominant gene that cancel out the recessive. It says today the Khorasan people of Southern Africa have facial features that closely resemble the people of Northern Europe, and the Khunsan have epicanthic eye folds similar to the Japanese and the Chinese people. The findings of the Human Genome Project and the great number of scholars across the globe appear to have put the final nail in the coffin of scientific racism, at least for now. Here are the few of their findings as published by Race. What has been called race has no genetic basis. Not one characteristic, trait, or even gene distinguishes all the members of one so-called race from all the members of another so-called race. Beneath the skin and beyond the few physical features such as skin color and eye and nose shape, we all, Aborigines, Asians, Africans, Europeans, and Native Americans, the same genetically speaking. The so-called races share a common gene pool and operate within the open gene system on all bases of what social scientists call genetic interchangeability. That means members of the distinct races can freely interbreed. And this explains why a white woman and a black man, and this is almost not eaten, it says white woman and a black man can produce a normal white black offspring. But it is impossible for, say, a pig and a dog to produce a pig and dog offspring. Pay attention to this, family. This is explaining the same thing about the apes. So the genetic material that we have is proven, in there being not so much as a difference beyond the changes, beneath the skin as it is above skin layer, skin surface, so to speak. We're dealing specifically with genetics, and that race stuff was added later. So truly, there's really nothing more than the human race. Some of us just have stronger genes than others. And everybody know that our genes are stronger than the recessive. That ain't something we saying because we racist. We saying that because that's the truth. Big facts. Human subspecies don't exist. Unlike many animals, modern humans simply have not been around long enough or been isolated enough to evolve into separate subspecies or races. It says, despite surface appearances, we are of one of the most similar of all species. So our common ancestors be found among us and looking like us. It ain't gonna look like nothing else other than us. Large-scale comparisons of human genomes from many individuals through DNA sequencing. Remember, I had this here recently. I showed Cedric on their DNA sequencing. It went over his head. It says it showed that the gene pool in Africa contains more variation than elsewhere, and that the genetic variation found outside of Africa represents only a subset of that found within the African continent. So that's just a generic variation coming out of Africa. Anything else you find here, but the root come from us. From a genetic perspective, all humans are therefore Africans, either residing in Africa or in recent exile. Period. We all come from the mother continent. We may have migrated and went into different areas, but we originated in one place. Period. Skin color really is looking only skin deep. Most traits are inherited independently from one another. The genes influencing skin color have nothing to do with the genes influencing hair, form, eye, shape, blood type, musical, talent, athletic ability, or forms of intelligence. Knowing someone's skin color doesn't necessarily tell you anything else about him or her. Facts. Most variation is within, not between races, of the small amount of total human variation. 85% exists within any local population, be they Italians, Kurds, Koreans, Cherokees. About 94% can be found within any continent. That means two random Koreans may be as genetically different as Korean and Italian. That's facts. Slavery predates race. Throughout much of human history, societies have enslaved others, often as a result of conquest or war, even death, but not because of physical characteristics or belief in natural inferiority. Due to a unique set of historical circumstances, the European enslavement of Africans in so-called New World was the first slave system where all the slaves had similar physical characteristics. Until then, slavery was colorless. In other words, most societies around the world practice one form of slavery or the other. Thus, Europeans enslaved fellow Europeans, Africans enslaved fellow Africans, Asians enslaved fellow Asians. Race is not biological, but racism is still real. Race is a powerful social idea that gives white people different access to opportunities and resources. Governments and social institutions have created disadvantages that disproportionately channel wealth, power, and resources to white people. This affects everyone, whether we are aware of it or not. You know what I mean? They going in this African fact book. What y'all think the brothers on the continent doing? They giving it blood raw, ain't they? This coming straight from the continent of Africa right here. Y'all didn't know they were talking like this, did y'all? You know, and they don't know, but they will go and correct their people and tell them that a lot of y'all don't know y'all history. They're gonna say that in here too now. It says white supremacy to blame. So why did the race scientists go to such lengths to categorize the human groups and then assign different meanings and ranks to the various groups? Their attempts were born out of an ideology of white supremacy, an ideology which holds that the white race is superior to non-white races. Scientific racism was invented to rationalize this ideology. Facts. Make them feel good about it. The ideology of white supremacy itself stemmed from social Darwinism. So if you pushing scientific racism based on social Darwinism, then you pushing white supremacy. I don't care who you is. If you pushing evolution, you pushing social Darwinism. If you pushing scientific racism, you pushing social Darwinism. So call them out on it. Since they want to call everybody else pseudo, call them social Darwinists and see how they feel. A racist, sexist, or classist theory based on the premise of the survival of the fittest. The term coined by the English sociologist Herbert Spencer was a vulgarization of a more complex theory by his compatriot Charles Darwin. Listen to what they say. This is an African proverb: annoy your doctor, and sickness comes in laughter. That's crazy. But anyway, be on the right side of history, people. Unite against white supremacy. Some of our people on the wrong side of history, people. They love that social Darwinism. It says the theory of evolution by natural selection. Talk about it then, brothers. Herbert Spencer, 1857, perverted Darwinism, which sought to explain the origin and evolution of the plant and animal species through natural selection and struggle. Thus, the roots of ideological racism can be traced to the European global expansion that began in the late 1400s. It is an ideology that considers a group's unchangeable physical traits to be linked in direct, casual way to psychological or intellectual characteristics that distinguish between superior and inferior racial groups. Ideological racism was used as a justification for European colonialism. The assumption of social Darwinism is that some societies, races, etc., are endowed with super genes, while others inherit inferior genes. And guess who they believe those are? Therefore, those fortunate enough to have superior genes, right? It says are better able to survive and thrive and control their social environments. Who, if we want to use that type of definition, has been the strongest? No matter what environment we've been put in, we done come up out on top, ain't it? If we look at the historical narrative, even coming down into slavery, we made something good up out of that, didn't we? I made it look good at least. So that tell you who the strongest is. Not those who've never been able to go through what we've been through. They ain't showed us no evolution. Therefore, those fortunate enough to have superior genes are better able to survive and thrive and control their social environments, which includes that of others unlucky enough to have been endowed with inferior genes. Social Darwinists drew on the idea of struggle and survival as natural mechanisms for improving the stock, i.e., the genetic characteristics of human beings. In fact, it was claimed that inferior races and societies would naturally wither away. See, this is where we go back to dealing with what we call eugenics. Negative eugenics and positive eugenics. You know, the negative had to do with we're going to kill them all. The positive had to do let them kill themselves. You feel me? When they seen that wasn't happening, though, we got to help them. We got to demonstrate some chemical and biological warfare. You see? So it says, in fact, it was claimed that inferior races and societies would naturally wither away. Any attempts to save them were in defiance of the laws of nature. But as pointed out earlier, these theories have been proved wrong. In fact, according to Lange, 1993, Europeans and Americans may be blended. Centuries ago, Moors from northern Africa overran Spain and moved to France. The Greeks, Romans, barbarians, and Normans all occupied southern Italy at various times. Spanish and Native Americans have combined in Mexico and southern Central America. A Hawaiian may be have a mixture of Caucasian, Chinese, Japanese, Portuguese, and Polynesian blood. Angolians may be Black and Portuguese. Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Black and Spanish. Polynesians are a mixture of Negroid, Mongoloid, Caucasoid blood. 1 in 4 white Americans have a Black ancestor. 3 in 4 Blacks have a white ancestor. These figures may be even higher for Native Americans. Now notice they started with the Moors from Africa though. See, all y'all got that Moorish blood in you. Even the European got some of our stuff in them. Don't even know it. I love these brothers. And they talking about the African don't talk about the Moors. Nobody. This is the African fact book written by Africans. They giving it up right here. That's how I know our people ain't well read, because they be saying things. I'm sitting there like, the brother's sharp, but he lacking. And if you don't know no better, see, people got to understand. Once you done regurgitated something so much, it's easy to sound like you authority on it. But you can very well be lacking in certain areas. So that's why anytime I'm speaking, family, I make sure I'm speaking from what I know. Now, those who don't know, it may sound foreign to them and they're going to call it pseudo, or he don't know what he talking about because they ain't heard it before. But one thing about Commission, if I'm telling you this stuff, trust me, I can show it to you. I got it in the source material. That one thing you can bank on, all you got to do is ask me for it. I'm going to give it to you. But a lot of them just hate the fact that I can come off the head and they ain't never heard this stuff because they ain't reading what I'm reading. They're reading what the status quo want them to read. And they comfortable with that. Me, I think outside of the box. So they say, Commission, you the only one know what you know how. When I read it in books, just like y'all done studied it and read it in books, I just dug a little deeper than you chose to dig. Because what I like to do, again, I like to go back to the most ancient source. Yeah, I hear what you're saying right here, but let me go back further and see what was said myself. That's what Commission do. I don't just take what somebody say in a book and run with it. And that's what a lot of them do. And I can tell that's what they're doing, because a lot of the stuff they be speaking, I done heard it before. Some of them I can actually tell them the books that they coming from. That's how well read I am. When they saying certain things, I know, oh yeah, that right there coming from Ivan Van Sertima. Oh, that come from Destruction of Black Civilization. Oh, that right there come from oh yeah, that's Stolen Legacy. Oh, that right there, yeah, oh yeah, I know where that's coming. That's coming from Civilization of Barbarians. Oh, that's coming from the work of Brother Anthony T. Bowden. I done read so much, family, and they think they be saying something slick. Like I don't know what's going on. And I'm literally, I can quote the author that you trying to speak of without saying where you got it from. That's how well read. That's beyond comprehending what you're trying to tell me. That's knowing exactly the source that you quoting. So stop playing, people. The notion of racial superiority and inferiority has exacted maximum damage to the psyche of people around the world, but more so to people of African descent. Entire white supremacist and Eurocentric project was aimed at dehumanizing, inferiorizing Africans, negating their contribution to human civilization and progress. So you can't cite Roman or Westernized philosophy, family, and claim that you Pan-African at the same time. How you gonna save your people with the poison that's used to bury them? Don't make no sense. So white historians have cast African history, it says, as an appendix of European history, claiming that Africa had no history prior to the arrival of Europeans. The more brazen ones, like Oxford University historian Professor Hugh Trevor Roper, have worn their hearts on their sleeves. One can understand Trevor Roper's and Marguerite Perham's of this world. Their deliberate distortion of Africans' history and deformation of Africans' image falls within the grander scheme of social Darwinism. So let's start calling them out, family. They like to call us pseudos, call them social Darwinists, SDs. The wellspring of which is today's motley white supremacist and racist ideology found across Euro-American landscape. The myth that Africans' history began with the arrival of Europeans and that Africans had achieved nothing and had no culture before the Europeans arrived is part of the more insidious myth of racial inferiority, which seeks to provide an excuse for master-servant relationships and the domination of one race by another. And they try to say, Kamisha don't comprehend what he read. Do I sound like somebody when I'm reading this to y'all that don't comprehend what he read, family? Come on, stop the madness. Half of them be the one that don't be comprehend what they be reading. It is more this, it says, concerning. It says, however, when people of African descent come to believe these statements, what is even more troubling, it says, is far too many Africans, listen to this, both on the continent and in the diaspora, display an astonishing depth of ignorance of African history. I'm going to say that again. And them brothers right now, it says, what is even more troubling, and it bothered me too, is that far too many Africans on both the continent, meaning the continent where they at, and in the diaspora, where we at over here and other places where our people at, display an astonishing depth of ignorance of African history. We see it by the conversation that our people have. These some honest brothers here. I'm telling you, I got to get this African fact book, people. They're telling you, some of our people in Africa don't know what they're talking about, and some of the people in the diaspora don't know what they're talking about. They all regurgitating what the slave master told them. And they judging anything that somebody among their people bring to them based upon what they learned from the slave master. They use the slave master's philosophy as a yardstick to measure the intellect of their own brothers and sisters. That lets you know, how can you say you Pan-African? You still a slave, claiming that you are Pan-African, claiming that you love our people, and trying to cover it up, eloquent in your own ignorance. Man, don't get me started over here. You only sound good to those who don't know no better. I know better. I read. So all the rosy speech and the way that you try to use the gift of gab can't win me over. I see you for who you are. And that's why I'm fighting for my people who trying to be free from that foolishness. You and your social Darwinism. So it says the continual portrayal of Africa in the media and popular literature as nothing more than a continent of suffocating sunshine. Look at here, African proverb. If you dip your arm into the pickle pot, let it be up to the elbow. I like them African proverbs, man. I'm gonna have to start using some of it. That sounds like some of that wisdom that our ancestors, the elders, used to pass down back in the day. It says the continued portrayal of Africa in the media and popular literature as nothing more than a continent suffocating sunshine. So it goes on. It says, prowling man eating crocodiles and lions and plagued by the unending of civil strife has led to two devastating consequences: self-hatred and mutual suspicion among people of African descent. Facts. It's a lot of self-hatred and mutual suspicion that's going on in the community. You can't even teach your people right now without somebody trying to be suspicious of who you are. You can just be teaching your people, oh, he part of this particular ideology, and they did this, they did it. That's exactly, these brothers on point. I'm telling you, this African fact book is the truth. It says, happy African children, but would they join the many children of African descent who grew up convinced of their own inferiority? Most likely they will at some time, and that's the sad part. The cumulative effect of this is that some people of African descent are embarrassed, to say the least, to be identified with Africa. Some go to all lengths not only to deny their African heritage, but strive to disown their skin color as well. Some claim they don't know how or know what their heritage is or how proud they can be, or say of their African heritage. But that is a red herring. The reason lies in the fact that Africa is in economic throes. It says, were Africa to be flourishing economically, there might not be a single black person who would disown the continent. It says they would all probably be competing to be called African. At the moment, many discourage their children from learning about their African heritage. See, did y'all know that? That a lot of people in Africa teaching their children not to even learn their African heritage? So how can you expect them in Africa to teach you anything? It says, thus, many children of African descent grew up today convinced of their own inferiority, and the educational process largely ignores the contributions of African people to world civilization and is full of negative perceptions of Africans and their culture. The school system in North America and indeed globally has continually perpetuated the historical myths and stereotypes about the African past. It is no wonder, therefore, that many African Americans, for example, share the comedic Eddie Murphy's joke that Africans ride around butt naked on a zebra. Then it says, after a foolish deed comes remorse. So a lot of people, definitely is ate up with it, man, when it comes to this African thing. This hatred for the self. So this African Fact Book, man, I'm telling you, it goes in every aspect of it. I want to go into this portion here because I heard them talking today about the name Moor. I'm going to see something here. I want to get into that because they talk about this in the African Fact Book. Got a lot of people saying things about the Africans not speaking about the Moors. Now, this is coming from the African Fact Book. We're going to see what they got to say about the Moors. That's right, Born Dog. That's right. Reading the book is one thing, comprehending it is a whole nothing. That's right. That's right. I like the sister, what a sister Lit said, take your brain out the box. Love that. That's right. Hold up. Give me 1 second, family. Let me grab me a bottle of water. Okay. We back on the manifest. So yeah, this is a powerful demonstration right here, family. This African Fact Book, like I said, y'all email me and I'll give y'all a copy of this. It's 800 pages. That means it's big as the Book of Fire. Actually bigger. So let me go into this. Listen to what they say here. This is the page 143, the Moors, Africa's gift to Europe. Listen to what they say carefully. If you believe conventional wisdom, Africa has contributed nothing to the world civilization. How big that myth is can be gauged from the great efforts that Western historians have made to hide the immense contributions that Africa made to the civilization of Europe in the Middle Ages. So total has been this great deception that the majority of the world today, chief among them Africans, do not know about the glorious Africans who conquered and ruled Southern Europe for 780 years between 81 years between 711 AD and 492 AD. Notice he said that so total has been this great deception that the majority of the world today, chief among them Africans, do not know about the glorious Africans who conquered and ruled Southern Europe for 781 years between 711 and 1492 AD. And in the process brought civilization, education, and general enlightenment to the whole of Europe, and then steeped in its dark ages. They're telling you that the Africans don't know nothing about this. So of course they're gonna keep telling you, the one that don't know no better. Oh, ain't nobody know about no Moors going on over. Of course they're gonna say that if they don't know it. But I can show you plenty of Africans that'll tell you quickly who the Moors are. And I keep telling our people, I don't know how many times I got to say this over and over again. People fail to realize that the Moors predate Islam. The Moors did not start doing Islam. You know, I don't know why I got to keep going over this stuff over and over again. But anyway, this is a story about African ingenuity, brilliance, and resourcefulness. But it is not acknowledged in the contemporary history by Europeans or Westerns in general. We know that. They ain't going to teach you this. That's talking about your greatness. At best, they give credit to Arabs or Muslims, as if an African who converts to Islam ceases to be an African. See, that's one thing y'all got to fail. Y'all got to go beyond this here. You fail to realize just because somebody converted to Islam, that don't make them less African. Even our brother John Henry Clark, I keep telling y'all, he said that Islam was not taken into Africa by the sword. You listen to John Henry Clark on everything else, and you don't want to listen to him on that, huh? Because you got hatred in your heart for your own people based upon Eurocentric history. What they told you the Moors enslave other people. They told you Africans enslave other Africans. That way they can lighten the burden of them being accused of it. You mad at us about slavery? Well, your people was enslaving themselves, and y'all been running with that narrative. That's Klan philosophy, family. When I say Klan, that's KKK philosophy that you pushing when you say that. And you saying that because you want to be friendly with the European. You want to get in front of him and say, yeah, our people was enslaving themselves. So how you going to blame the European? You house Negro, you. I'm going to start calling y'all just like y'all don't know I can go there. You see, we know what you're trying to do. You want to be rosy and speak all soft. I tell that devil that he a devil, you know, speaking in that tone right there to his face. Brother Commission will. I tell him that I'm his daddy and he come from me. Commission will tell him that. And I don't hate because I'm just speaking the truth. You don't get mad when you offend your brother or your sister. So why should you get mad when I say something that you consider offensive to the European? Unless you really are moving for them. Come on, man. Let's stop playing. So it goes on. And I'm going to come back from the top with that. Man, I done got stirred up over here. I told you my scimitar is unsheathed. And I'm not playing with these cats no more. This is the story about African ingenuity, brilliance, and resourcefulness. But it is not acknowledged in contemporary history by Europeans or Westerns in general. At best, they give the credit to Arabs or Muslims as if an African who converts to Islam ceases to be an African. It is like saying a Nigerian ceases to be a Nigerian because he has become a Christian. That is the kind of intellectual somersault employed by Euro-American historians that has ensured the glorious history of the Africans called the Moors, who conquered the Iberian Peninsula, Spain, and Portugal in 711 AD, and almost 800 years thereafter brought civilization to the whole of Europe, is not known even by most Africans. Man, I wish I had some sound effects over here. But I already know y'all hear the bombs falling right now. These the African brothers telling you this. But they say the Africans don't talk about the Moors. They say the Africans don't teach nothing about no more. People on the continent don't talk about the Moors. This is a whole book in the curriculum right here. Who are they? And they quote now our greats. But just because they made that statement right there, there are some among our people who will try to discredit this whole book right here. Just because they talking like that. It says, he who is born a fool is never cured. I like that one right there. Prophet Nova Drew Ali say he can hear you from anything that you weren't born with. You know, you can be cured from that. But if you're born a fool, the African brothers say, on the other hand, you can't be cured with that. In other words, what you've been taught from the cradle, you'll take to your grave. If you love that. It says the idea that the African was in a frozen state until discovered by the Europeans in the mid-15th century is a myth that shames the modern world. What the African did or was doing before the mid-15th century, the European has nothing to say about, which leads John G. Jackson, the African-American historian and author, to say that the curious idea that the great white race has been responsible for all great civilizations of the past is nothing more than a crude superstition propagated mainly by European-oriented racist historians. Today, as Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, another great African-American historian, once said, it would seem like racial chauvinism to suggest that Africans played a major role in the occupation and enlightenment of a critical part of Europe. There's something very deep-seated in many European historians or scholars that make him refuse to accord the African, and it is usually only the African, any credit for anything at all. European historians are happy to credit the Chinese, the Indian, the Mongolian, the Arab, and anybody else for their contribution to world civilization, not the African, even when the feat is or was clearly achieved by an African or African soil. European Western historians like to attribute it to some Caucasoid or other elements who descended from somewhere and achieved that feat on African soil. This, anybody but the African madness, has been at the heart of the contortions that has afflicted many Western historians. And I'm going to go to that, but they were saying something up here that we need to hear. He was showing that this castle right here, this is the castle of Alhambra, in Granada. Southern Spain is of the most beautiful of castles, and the Moors built it in Spain. It is today one of Spain's most visited tourist attractions, a place and a fortress complex. Alhambra was first built by the Moors as a small fort in 889 AD and was enhanced in the mid-11th century by the Sultan of Granada, Muhammad bin al-Amr. It and then completed in 1333 by Yusuf Tasfin. who turned it into a palace designed with mountainous site. It says an environment fused into it. You know, powerful drawing right there. Beautiful architecture of the Moors. We taught them that too. So yeah, it says this anybody but African madness has been in the hearts of the contortions. It says that has afflicted many Western historians. It says you can't catch a louse with one finger, and I think they saying a mouse. So it says scholars, European scholars and writers and journalists, in their explanations of the presence of the Moors in Europe and the civilization and enlightenment they brought to a continent then groping in darkness. The Moors were people from both ancient Mauritania, a country which covered the area now occupied by Morocco and Western Algeria, and other parts of West Africa, all the way down from today's Morocco to Senegal, Mali, and the Sahelian countries. Some accounts even say it included people from northern Ghana, and they had been converted to Islam after the conquest of North Africa by the Arabs in 708 AD, pardon self. As Muslims, they spoke Arabic, the language of Islam, and later science in the Middle Ages, but by nationality and identity, they were Africans through and through. According to Jane Carew, it says in the Guyana-born historian, author, and scholar, there's an instinctive and deep-seated reluctance on the part of Eurocentric historians to acknowledge the Moors as the bringers of cultural scientific enlightenment to Europe. And when they are compelled to make grudging acknowledgments, for this fact, they proceed to whiten the Moors, to tear them away from any suggestion of having Black African roots. And this is what your boy Reggie liked to do, because he demonstrating that Eurocentric philosophy. You see? They want to try to make it seem like the Moors was a light-skinned people, but they don't tell you about the Al-Bidan that I done told y'all about, as opposed to Al-Haratan, the Eurocentric looking Moors that's enslaving the darker Moors. They don't talk about that. And they only take the name Moors as mockery. The white so-called Moors, the tawny Moors as they call them. It says, but the stubborn fact remains that between 711 AD and 1492, these Africans called Moors together with their Islamic colleagues from Arabia, put southern Europe to the sword, conquered it, governed it, and brought civilization and general enlightenment to Europe as a whole. Spain and Portugal, it says, were one country at the time, and they became the first to benefit from the enlightenment brought to it by the African warrior scholars from the northwest and west of the continent. With Spain and Portugal in their firm grip, the Moors proceeded to conquer the southern French, and then Sicily, which they ruled for 200 years, and Crete for another 125 years. They also conquered the parts of the mainland southern Italy, and even besieged and sacked Rome in 846 AD in the process, and took a lot of spoils from the Vatican, some of which they later returned for gold. Our brother John Henry Clark get his history. On his history of Islam, you know, he gives this history. It says the Moors were Black Africans who had converted to Islam, as seen here. Though Muslims and speaking Arabic, their Africanness was not changed by Islam. I want to say that again. Their Africanness was not changed by Islam. We can see that today. Much like Christianity today does not change African to a Jew. There they go. There the Moors go right there. There they go. It said, but if you read the works of most Western historians, they claim the Moors were Arabs. That's Reggie. That's Reggie now. If you read the works of most Western, that's why I tell you, you got Eurocentric philosophy. I respect the brother, but if he wrong, he wrong. But if you read the works of Western historians, they claim the Moors were Arabs, not Africans, because they were Muslims and spoke Arabic. But being a Muslim is not a nationality. Huh? It only denotes one's religion or religious belief. It is why the European ancestors of the contemporary European historians categorically stated the people they lived with during 781 years of the Moors were black. In addition, the evidence of a Moor heads on the coat of arms of Hardy of many European noble families all over Europe show the Moors as having been black. The refusal by contemporary European Western historians to accept this plain fact and to place the Moors in their rightful home in Africa is part of the centuries-old denial of remarkable African achievements by European historians and scholars, and therefore should be rejected with the contempt it deserves. And so when y'all see me rejecting this type of scholarship from Reggie like I do, with the contempt that it deserves to be rejected for, I'm demonstrating just like these brothers saying right here. Because I personally believe Reggie know the full truth, but he got attacked by certain Moors in the past because he attacked them. I watched the old videos, and they gave him that work, and he still ain't been able to deal with it ever since then. And so he's been on a crusade against the Moors. Problem is, those Moors that he was dealing with, a lot of them hadn't studied as thoroughly as I've studied. So now the stuff you were trying to argue about based on them, you can't come at me with that. Because some of them don't even know what it is that I'm bringing to the masses now. I listened to them all. I'm talking about the Moors. And they didn't bring this. And this is part of the problem too. Why this conversation is going on. Because had they had laid this foundation from the beginning, I wouldn't have to be coming behind them to say this now. And so it make them think that I'm making this stuff up. No, this stuff is coming from our people. And some Europeans say it. But when you deal with selective research and you want to cherry pick because you mad at somebody, we should never be like that. Just because I'm mad at somebody, I'm going to lie to somebody about information. That's disingenuous, family. Tell your people the truth. I ain't going to lie to somebody because I'm upset with somebody because they done got over on me with some type of, no. I'm not going to I ain't going to disenfranchise my people when it comes to this knowledge because I'm mad at somebody that may have got off on me from a particular ideology. And that's what your brother Reggie, I say it to him. I don't say it behind his back. I tell him to his face. Many of y'all that look up to the brother don't want to accept that. Yeah, the brother knowledgeable. Can't take nothing away from the brother knowledgeable. I respect him. But when he wrong, he wrong. That's the difference between me and most people. Commission gonna tell them that to their face. And y'all done seen me tell them. You done seen me call them out. And I'm not calling them out to try to bully them with information. I'm calling them out so they can stop this confusion and having our people beefing with each other. I don't have to tear Hebrew Israelite belief teaching down in order to show my people that I'm Moorish. I don't have to tear Christianity down. And, I ain't never tear nobody down. But when I go at somebody, if it's the Moors, I go at them straight for. If it's Hebrew, I go at them straight for. If they Kemetic, I'm going at them straight for. And I ain't going at them. I'm going at them for trying to uphold a Eurocentric philosophy. Because that's where the beef coming from. So that's what people got to understand. I'm not here just to disagree with people because they don't believe what I believe and they need to. No, I'm not here to try to push my way of life above anybody. No. I'm here just to tell you what it is that we stand on. So nobody can come and say, the Moors believe this. No, you're talking to somebody that is a Moor. So this is what we believe right here. I ain't putting it up against what they tell. I'm sure this is what we believe. Somebody that ain't never studied what I believe can't tell you what I believe. They can assume they know what I stand on, and run their beak, but they really don't know what they talking about. They going off of what they told. That ain't about me. I'm going to go study before I open my mouth about something. And then ain't got to be no doubling down, so to speak. So anyway, it says that dishonesty. I want to read that one again. The refusal by contemporary European Western historians to accept this plain fact, to place the Moors in their rightful home in Africa is a part of the centuries-old denial of remarkable African achievements by European historians and scholars, and therefore should be rejected with the contempt it deserves. That dishonesty cannot last forever. No, it can't. Not with people like me on the manifest. In fact, it no longer holds, as many African descendant historians and scholars have painstakingly studied and examined the nationality and achievement of the Moors. The nationality and achievement of the Moors. You hear these African brothers talking about Moors as a nationality? Huh? I thought the Africans don't talk about the Moors. The Africans on the home country don't say nothing about that. Who told y'all that? It says, and have concluded beyond every reasonable doubt that though the Moors worked with some of the earlier Arab conquerors of North African invasion of Spain and Portugal in 711, the subsequent 781-year rule of the Iberian Peninsula and Southern Europe and the civilization this brought to Europe as a whole cannot be credited to the Arabs or Arabs only. So when people be saying they did that, the Arabs did that, giving it, that's ignorance. And our brother John Henry Clark said the same thing. He said when the Arabs went in, they came later. It was the Africans who took it in, and they didn't take it in by the sword. They took it in peacefully. Our people welcomed it. They accepted Islam. That's what Dr. John Henry Clark said. They wasn't fighting and carrying. The fighting is what caused the empire to fall. When the Arabs started coming over there trying to force, that orthodox vibration that they had concocted on the Moors, and the Moors wasn't going for it. Trying to tax the brothers. And this is where they started fighting. When they started fighting, that's when the Europeans say, all right, we got them. Book them down on murder one. And that's how we got overthrown. Because we became distracted and gave the enemy an opportunity to get a one-up on us. And we should learn from how divide and conquer caused us to fall, because that's the same thing that's keeping us from rising now. Divide and conquer. The same thing that allowed that's what the European learned. All you got to do is divide them. That's when that became the mastery in the art of war. Divide them, we can conquer them. So they've done everything in their business to keep us divided as a people. And so we have people going crazy over ideology, religious gang banging, social gang banging, political gang banging, and then at the same time claiming they for our people. Make it make sense. This is because, as Jan Carew explains, at the height of its power, the Moorish Empire in Africa stretched, listen to this, stretched from the western half of Africa through Morocco and as far south as Ghana. While in Europe, this empire extended itself from the Atlantic coast of Portugal through Spain and across Pyrenees to Rome in the Valley of France. Wayne B. Chandler, the African-American historian, it says, and writer confirms, although the term Moor has been put to diverse use, the roots are still traceable circa 46 BC. The Roman army entered West Africa, where they encountered black Africans whom they called Maures, from the Greek adjective meaning moros, meaning dark or black. The country of the Maures, or Mauritania, not to be confused with the Islamic Republic of Mauritania in the present-day West Africa, although obviously the root is the same, existed in what is now northern Morocco and western Algeria. Other historians attest that at certain times foreigners like the Greeks and the Romans who came to North Africa called the original inhabitants by the generic name Berbers. And really that word Berber was applied by the Arabs to our people because they were calling us barbarians. See, from the Latin word Barbary, meaning barbarian. I keep telling y'all this. Y'all think when I be saying this, I'm just making this stuff up. You see? Not the people that's listening to me now. I'm talking about the other people that are listening to this and hear it whenever they hear it. It says to the Romans, anybody who was not a Roman was a barbarian. But these original Berbers were people from different ethnic backgrounds and nationalities who occupied the whole northern parts of Africa before the Arab conquest. See? Before the Arab conquest of 708 AD. And they had their own original individual ethnic names before the Greeks and the Romans called them Berbers. And they actually called themselves Mari. It says they were mainly black affiliated with the then contemporary people of East Africa area. Mamadou Chinyelu, it says another historian writer, explains that when the Africans in the north part of the continent first assumed the name Berber, it is not certain. But by the time of the Islamic conquest of North Africa, this name was in common usage. It says Chinyelu's view is supported by the anthropologist Dana Reynolds. Honest to that sister, very powerful researcher who confirms that the original black Berbers were called Moors. Sister Dana Reynolds say they were called Moors before they was called Berbers. You can't tell some of these other brothers this. They swear up and down. They was Berbers. They was Berbers. And I know they saying that because they only read the Eurocentric books. Berber is a misnomer, people. The word Moors, they came from Mari. I keep telling our people that. And this is before Islam. How many times do I have to say this over and over again before somebody get it? Who were called Moors and were the North African ancestors of the present day dark brown and brown black people of the Sahara and the Sahel. Didn't I tell you that my bloodline coming from the Sudan come through the Sahel? Didn't I show it to y'all when I showed you my DNA markers that go all the way in the Senegal? Where the Damanka Moors came from, where the slave port actually was set up in Dakar. Didn't I show the people this many times on Sarnetta channel, everybody channel? Mainly those called Fulani. These were Moors too. Tuareg, the Zanaga, southern Morocco, Kunta, and the Tebu of the Sahel countries. All of these people were known as Moors, people, even though they were different tribes. Moors is a blanket term used for all of them. That's why we say when they were brought into slavery, it was Moors that were brought in. It's simple. It ain't rocket science. It says, as well as other black Arabs now living in Mauritania and throughout the Sahel. They include the Taraza of Mauritania and Senegal, of Maghraba, or the Maghreb. It says, as well as dozens of other Sudanese tribes and the Kemba of Chad and Algeria. Same people that Prophet Noble Drew Ali mentioned in his chapter on the divine origin of the Asiatic. These are the same people he mentioned. And he called them Moors. But anyway, it says, even the Oxford Dictionary defined Moors as the people who are commonly supposed to be black, very dark. And they even show you a picture of a Moor here, right here. A Moor in Morocco, they met 1841 modern Morocco in a part of Algeria used to be called Mauritania. There's ancient Mauritania and modern Mauritania. You got to know the difference between the two. And even in modern Mauritania, it's still some Moors there being enslaved right now by the white so-called Moors. The land of the Moors in ancient times. Mauritania. You got to know etymology, Flamin, and the roots. If you don't know linguistics and etymology, they're going to be able to pull one over you every time. So it says, watch this. A patient that can swallow food makes the nurse doubtful. But anyway, it says, even the Oxford English Dictionary defined Moors as the people who are commonly supposed to be black or very dark, and is synonymous with the who? Word for Negro. Meaning that the word Negro that they use now basically was one they chose over the word Moor. And it says later the term Moor was applied to blacks in general during the European Renaissance, when explorers and writers and scholars began to use it. The earlier Greeks called them Moros. So every one of people had a name, but they chose to say it in their particular tongue. So they said, instead of Mari, they say Moros. And then the Romans said Marus. But they still were keeping that M and R root. You see it? It's still there. In the Romance languages, it says Spanish and French and Italian, Moor was translated as Moro. M-O-R-O. M-I-R. They think that when you show them these different transitions that you just making this stuff up. But that can tell that you know you're dealing with somebody that don't know nothing about etymology. When they say ignorance, you think every word that say M and R mean more. You sound foolish when you say something like that. And that let me know you don't know etymology. Moor was translated Moros in Spanish, M-O-I-R in French, M-O-R Italian. The English, they called them Moors. Germans, Morin. Dutch, Mores. But all these meant black or dark people. So this is why I say we understand what you're saying when you try to apply, oh, this is black, this is, because that's what the European they called it. They were letting you know the people that are called black, these were the people that originally was called Moors or dark people. So that rule out anybody else, technically, if we want to apply the term Moor to somebody, especially if we talking about a modern Arab, because we know they ain't dark. So this has to be a term exclusively used for our people. And later they replaced it with the words Negro, then with the words black, then and colored and all that other extra stuff, NBC. And all this was done on purpose. So it says history shows that the Arabs who conquered North Africa in 708 AD rarely used the word Moor. They did. That's right. Instead, they called the original people of Africa, North Africa, let it go, Berber. Didn't I tell you that? To cover practically all the inhabitants of the Maghreb. I keep telling y'all that. Because see, really, the word Moor also goes back to Demari. It means Moorish gods. You know, good and well, them Arab buys Arabian, Bedouin Arab, you know good and well they wasn't finna call us no Moorish gods. So they like, no, these enemies, Berbers, that's what we gonna call them. They barbarians. You understand? So I don't never call our people no, yeah, they was Berbers. And no, I don't. I tell you, every time I say Berber, I say it's a misnomer. I even showed you the book, Inventing the Berbers, where they go into the whole history on how they first applied the name Berber. And our people still don't want to listen. They say, bring me some books, show me, and you show them books, then they reject the book. So at this point, I don't care. I'm just really teaching the people that want to hear. I can care less what a naysayer got to say. So fortunately for the Africans and the Christians who were defeated by the Moors in the Iberian Peninsula and other parts of Europe, left vivid images of Muslim Africans. Today, Christian paintings and sculptures are indisputable witness to black presence in Europe and how important blacks were to Europeans at that time. Another source of evidence is the coat of arms or heritage of European noble families who honored the Moors by putting their heads on their insignia. Such illustration, says Professor Renoka Rashidi, want to give honors to that elder, powerful scholar. An African-centric historian, this says, are to be found in the Cantigas, it says, of Santa Maria, allegedly written by King Alfonso X of Christian Spain. It says they are filled with images of the Moor and are mostly black types. It says this is a period of a Moravid invasion which brought hordes of new Africans into the Iberian Peninsula. Medieval illustrations of the Cantigas, it says, portray the blacks in a variety of roles, from members of the aristocracy to the military. You know, it ain't strange they talk about the Santa Maria, because one of the ships known as that that came here in Florida, I ended up meeting, and I talk about him all the time, Brother Kane Fisher, son of the world's greatest treasure hunter, who actually found that ship, the Pinta, Santa Maria, the Atocha, so forth and so on. But yeah, that was the actual ship. Some of them ships had slave shikers and everything on them, so you ain't got to convince me that a slave trade happened. I know it did. So it says the Moors in Spain, having settled the issues about their identity and nationality. See, now let's move to what the Moors actually did. Before the Moors invaded the Iberian Peninsula, 711 AD, there had been two earlier African invasions of Spain and Portugal in history. This was made possible because of the proximity of Europe to Africa. There are only a few dozens of nautical miles of the Mediterranean Sea separating the southernmost point of Europe off Gibraltar from the northernmost point of Africa off of Morocco. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima made the following important point. The fact that Africans from the north had been intruding into southern Europe from very early times should not come as a great surprise, for the straits that separate the two continents can be crossed by the simplest boats in a matter of hours. The proximity of the borders of Europe and Africa and the evidence of the African phenotype among many southern Europeans led Napoleon to remark that Africa begins at Pyrenees. You can see here they're showing you the Rock of Gibraltar, Morocco, or the Richat structure, Rabat. Right here, this is the Pillars of Hercules would be here. Gibraltar, named after Jabral Tariq. Seville, Spain, the Moors went all up in there. It's right here. See the Strait of Gibraltar? Mind the red box, a mere 14 nautical miles separate from Africa, from Europe and Gibraltar to northern Morocco. It would therefore be easy to dig a tunnel of road and railway. It says like the Channel Tunnel between Britain and France to join the two continents. But so far, that idea has not been appealing to Europe. So anyway, it goes on. It says, but as it were, it was the third major invasion of Spain by Africans that changed everything for Europe. And this was by the Moors in 711 AD. History shows that shortly after the Arab conquest of North Africa, 708 AD, General Tariq, an African and a Berber, was placed in charge of Morocco by the Muslim governor Musa ibn Nusayr. Tariq's domain included all but the island of Ceuta. It says an outpost of the Greek Empire resting on the north tip of Morocco near present-day Tangiers, which was ruled by Count Julian, a Greek governor. Julian was a good friend of Spain, then under the rule of the Visigoths, and a Germanic tribe that had conquered and ruled Spain for 200 years after toppling the Roman Empire in the Iberian Peninsula. It says, then the monarch of the Visigoths, King Roderick, had been given charge of the daughter of Count Julian in Ceuta. It says where the girl was in training at Roderick's court, but Roderick took advantage of the girl and raped her. This infuriated her father, Count Julian, who out of anger, revenge, persuaded General Tariq the Berber to invade Spain, promising that he would give Tariq his own boats to help the invasion. And Julian even provided extra intelligence information by assuring that Tariq's Spain was unprotected. It says, and that the Visigoths would be no match for him. You see? So he had people working with it. It says a bad son gives a bad name to his mother. But anyway, it says, y'all getting it all tonight. So it says, like a good general, Tariq consulted his boss, Musa ibn Nusayr. It says, and set reconnaissance mission into Spain in 710 AD, led by Tarif, a black officer crossing over from the north of what is today's Morocco, but then called Mauritania. Tarif and his men landed at a place near Europe's southernmost point to Africa, and the place was later named Tarifa in his honor. Tarif set up a custom house there, and because of his noble activities, His name became the root for today's custom word tariff. In July of 710 AD, Tariff mission come back to report of Spain ready for the taking. His report was music to the ears of General Tariq, who now had the needed information for an attack on Spain. Nevertheless, it took a year for Tariq to prepare for the attack, which began in the earnest 711 AD. Sound just like John Henry Clark telling that story, because that's exactly how he said it. Tariq's army landed on the isthmus between the encampment, then known as the Mons Calpe. In mainland Europe, Tariq seized the isthmus and, considering it militarily strategic, he asked that a fortress be built at the site, and his men later named the fortress Jebel Tariq, the mountain of Tariq, after him. And this was later corrupted to Gibraltar. Having now a secure base on mainland Europe, Tariq with about 7,000 Berber African troops and 300 Arabs proceeded to engage King Roderick, who was leading some 60,000 troops at Janda Lagoon by the mouth of Barbate River in southwest Spain, and the date was 18 July in 711 AD. And they showed you the Rock of Gibraltar there, basically. It was named after him, Arabic rendition, Jebel Tariq, Mountain of Tariq, which was later corrupted to Gibraltar, and Jen Tariq and his forces seized it in 711 AD, when it was called Mons Calpe. So, it says, as Tariq's army was massively outnumbered, he turned to his soldiers and addressed thus, "My men, whither can you flee? Behind you lies the sea, and before you the foe. You possess only your courage and constancy, for you are present in this country, poor than orphans before a greedy guardian's table." So he basically told him, ain't no way you can run from this. We need to put our people in a situation like this right here. Basically, he told him you got to either fight or pretty much you die. That's basically what Tariq told him. That was a mean play right there he pulled on them. A general. He brought the best up out of them by that, though. Who was cowards was going to be revealed as cowards, and who was warriors was going to be revealed as warriors. He said, you ain't got nowhere to go but ahead. You can't go back. He even said in one thing I heard him say, he destroyed the ships. He burned the ships. So let's take this land. That's what Tariq was on. So anyway, it goes on, and it spoke of him saying, the guardian like a hungry dog, it'd be easy to turn his table on him if you will, but risk death for one instance. And Tariq's men chose to risk death. And they stood their ground and scored a major victory over King Roderick that day. With the Visigoths vanished, Tariq set out to enlarge his territory. He was pleasantly surprised to find that along the way through the Spanish countryside, many of the natives were fed up with the oppressors of the Visigoths and were too happy to join his invading army. Thus, instead of Tariq's army dwindling through attrition, it actually grew in size and power. I want to stop right there. That's powerful. That inspired me. Tariq said, I'm going to burn the ships up. I'm going to put holes in them so y'all can't run. We ain't got no choice but to go forward. That means he was ready to give it. He was ready. That's ride or die. He was ready to go in. How many people got that type of courage right now to stand up in the paint? To move forward, even if it mean their demise. And in that moving forward, Tariq was able to establish a rule of 700 years that outlived him by many different ages, family. Problem with us and many of our men, they content. They like what Rome giving them. They don't want to leave it behind. They ain't got nothing they willing to give it all up. They don't love their people enough to sacrifice they self for. But see, you dealing with commission, you dealing with that type of mindset. I literally dropped the guard for my people. You see what I'm saying? And that's the mentality that we have to have when it comes to moving forward, family. We got to be willing to move forward at all costs. You don't know what type of freedom and liberation is waiting on you on the other side. Anyway, it says soon the entire Spain in time of Portugal was a part of Spain came under Tariq's control, and with reinforcements crossing over from old Mauritania, the Africans who would later be called Moors and their Arabic colleagues proceeded to lay foundations of a new civilization in Spain. First, they changed the name of the country to Al-Andalus and later moved the capital from Seville to Cordoba. It says, which, according to English historian Stanley Lane Poole, they had turned into the marvel of the Middle Ages. The African-American writer historian W. Du Bois underscored the fact that Spain was conquered not by Arabs, but by armies of Berbers and Negroids, at times led by Arabs. The first dynasty. It says the first Moorish family to govern Spain was the Umayyad dynasty. Now, this is very important. When you say govern Spain, Umayyad dynasty, a lot of people don't know before this time took place, and our brother Reggie like to bring this up, they don't tell you about the people that was in Africa that spread this into the Moorish Empire was the Idrisid and the Fatimids. Then came your Almoravids and Almohadun. You see, so this Umayyad demonstration that they're speaking of, that's a whole nother portion. We'll get into that one day and show you the different variations of the phases of the expansion of the Moors. But anyway, it said the first Moorish family to govern Spain was the Umayyad dynasty. Although Tariq led the invasion, he himself never ruled Spain, but the other Moors did, and their rule was especially benevolent, as the native Spaniards were allowed to keep their own customs, religion, and language, as well as civil independence. So this right here actually kills the myth that the Moors forced people to convert to Islam under the sword. Yeah, this right here actually, this killed that family. This killed that lie. Talking about the Moors converted somebody by the sword. That's it right there. They let them keep their religious customs. It says their rule especially benevolent to the native Spaniards who allowed them to keep their own customs, religion, and language, as well as civil independence. And they were also allowed to keep their own churches, judges, courts, counts, bishops, although Moorish authorities retained the right to approve the bishops. With the time, many Spaniards, including Christian noblemen, converted to Islam. Using Spain as their base, the Moors took control of Sicily, it says, for over 200 years, and Crete for over 125 years. And more followed. That's why they call it Italian Roman Negroes. And Sir Mafia movie, you'll hear that truth come out where they be talking about they descendants of the Moors, and you know they come from our people, and they getting ready to come out with a movie with actually Denzel Washington playing Hannibal. I can't wait to see that one. I've been waiting on that by Antoine Fuqua. I've been waiting when they're gonna start producing some movies on antiquity about our people. That's going to be powerful. It says, and more followed between 717 and 719. The Moorish ruler Al-Hur ibn al-Dur-Rahman crossed into the southern France with his army using the difficult passes of the Pyrenees. It says at that time, Switzerland was a part of France. But unrest back home in Al-Andalus brought doom to Abdur-Rahman's mission. It was not until 729 that another Moorish ruler, Hatham, Ibn Ubayd was successful in not until 729, another Moorish ruler, Hatham ibn Ubayd, was successful in capturing Lyon, Macon, Chalon, Cersaune, or Cersaune in southern France. And it says decades later, when I think that Sam ibn Malik ascended the Moorish throne, he, decade later, transferred the Spanish capital from Seville to Cordoba. It says, and completely reorganized the finances and the tax system of the country. He also carried out impressive public works and did an extensive survey of the land. Malik died in May 721 AD, and it says, and was replaced by Abdul Rahman ibn Abdullah, who, like his predecessors, crossed the Pyrenees again, and this time delivered a crushing blow to the Duke of Eudes. Abdullah went on to sack Bordeaux and Poitiers, but his luck ran out in Tours in 732 AD, where he was soundly defeated by Charles Martel, the grandson of Charlemagne. Sadly, Abdullah lost his life in the battle against Martel, and Tours marked the western limit of the Moorish Empire. The Moors, however, remained in southern France until 1140 AD, principally Carmuque in the western Riviera estates, which is still known as La Petite Afrique. With southern France conquered, the Moors turned their attentions to elsewhere in the Mediterranean in 837 AD. They captured Sicily. In 849 AD, they put Rome under siege, and 20 years later, they took southern Italy after defeating Otto II of Germany. According to J. A. Rogers, in his 1946 book, The World's Great Men of Color, the Moors plundered the Vatican and St. Peter's Cathedral, an invasion of Rome of 846, and carried off immense wealth in gold and jewelry, tapestry, and paints. They later sold black mulch of spoils to the Pope, with the Jews acting as intermediaries. It actually showed a picture too of Alessandro Medici. Machiavelli talk about the Medici family. This is Alessandro de Medici, who was in power when Machiavelli came into rule. But it says, in a marriage saw the blood, it says, of the Moors cascading through all layers of Italian society, and at the time skin color was no bar to power and honor in Italy. It says, as such, Pope Clement, eighth son, Alessandro de Medici, who was always referred to as Alessandro the Moor, because of his African features, whose mother Anna was an African woman and became the first Duke of Italian city of Florence. He went on to marry the daughter of Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, while his father became a pope, Clement the Eighth. A lazy man is jealous of one who works and succeeds. That's real talk. We see that as a problem in our community now. Lazy men who want to kill off the men that know how to hustle. But anyway, while in Italy, intermarriage saw the blood of the Moors cascading through all the layers of Italian society, including even its most distinguished royal family, the Medicis. At that time, color was no bar to power and honor in Italy. Such Alexandria Medici, known as the Moor, whose mother was Anna Moorish. They basically going back over what we already read. According to the historian Edward Scobie, which was a teacher of our brother Dr. John Henry Clark, it says, it is therefore no exaggeration to claim that the Moors were leading power in those 6th and 7th centuries from the time of Tariq's conquest of the Iberian Peninsula. They dominated the Mediterranean and North Atlantic, held power over the coast of Western Europe and the British Isles. It says, but it is not for their military conquests, it says, in Europe that the Moors are remembered. It is the culture and learning which they gave to the European countries at the time when they was darkness and had nothing elevating in the arts and sciences of the continent that was to claim falsely in the later centuries to be the cradle of civilization of the world. See, this is what I'm talking about right here, family. You know, it's very powerful. You know, we the one brought them out the dark ages. And this is the thing that we get. You know, it's crazy because Edward Scobie gave history and John Henry Clark picked up and honored that. Reggie claimed to be a follower of John Henry Clark, but he didn't pick up what John Henry Clark left off, and I criticized him for that. He asked me how had he not picked up on what his teacher had done, and I explained it to him. But anyway, it says the Almoravids, the first Moorish dynasty in Spain, right? The Umayyads survived until 1031 AD. It says, but the year 1000 AD was already in the state of decline. Thus, as a state of decline, thus as a power of the Umayyad dynasty had waned, and such they came under constant attack by the Christian kings, especially Alfonso VI, Rodrigo Diaz Bivar, who wanted to reclaim Spain for the cross. Umayyad ruler Muhammad sought help from West Africa. He appealed to Yusuf ibn Tashfin, a black man, it says, then leading the Islamic sect from his base in the island of the Senegal River of West Africa, to come to his rescue. Yusuf's sect was known, okay, let me see here. Yeah, was known as the Almoravid, which meant the religious man, and he was the master of the West and North Africa, his men having been conditioned by the harsh terrain they lived in to become fiercely skilled soldiers. Yusuf agreed to the rescue of the Umayyad dynasty from the Christians, but with one caveat. He would return home to Africa after defeating the Christians in Al-Andalus. With this agreement in his back pocket, Yusuf crossed into Spain with 15,000 men. According to J.A. Rogers, the main DeBose testified about no man living has revealed so many important facts about the Negro race as has Rogers. Out of Yusuf's 15,000 soldiers, 6,000 were Singalinese. That means that had to be some of my ancestors, huh? Jet black and of unmixed descent. The fearsome Almoravids routed King Alfonso the Sixth Army at Zalaca on October 1086. And this was during 375th year of the Umayyad rule in Spain. By 1091, Yusuf had reunited all Muslim Spain except Zaragoza. During the years of the war, Yusuf noticed the disturbing weakness in his Umayyad brothers, and this, together with the euphoria of victory, forced him to change his mind and rule Al-Andalus. His regime therefore marked the beginning of an era of the Almoravids in Spain, which lasted for 103 years. With Spain firmly in his grip, Yusuf turned to his home continent, Africa, and took Morocco and Algeria. He's said to have founded the Moroccan city of Marrakech. It says history shows that Yusuf became one of the most celebrated Moorish rulers in Spain. In fact, one of the very best. Under him, the Almoravid Empire ran from the Senegal River to the West Africa and to the Ebro River in Spain, earning the name of the Empire of the Two Shores. And they actually have it up here too, showing you the connection between Mauritania, the Senegal River in West Africa, from whence Almoravids originated. And then it says, in the 14th century, Yusuf completed the building of the most famous Moorish palace in Spain, Alhambra, in Granada, in southern Spain. At the time, it says, let me read this here. Come on. It was considered as one of the wonders of the world. In his book, The Moors in Spain and Portugal, the Scottish author Jan Reid described Alhambra as perhaps the most successful fusion of architecture and landscape ever achieved by man. A palace and fortress complex, the Alhambra was first built by the Moors as a small fort in 889 AD. It was enhanced in the mid-11th century by the Moorish Sultan of Granada, Muhammad bin al-Ammar. and then completed in 1333 by Yusuf Tasfit, who turned it into a palace design with the mountainous site and environment fused into it. The palace was so beautiful to look at, the Moorish poets lovely described it as a pearl set in emeralds, in reference to the color of its walls and the woods around them. Now a World Heritage Site, Alhambra, together with the nearby general life, Summer Palace, built the Moorish ruler Muhammad III, is one of Spain's most crowd-pulling tourist attractions and an inspiration for many songs and stories. So, they showed the interior, the view of the great mosque known as Mesquita Cathedral, built by the Moors in Cordoba, which is today the very popular tourist destination of Spain. Definitely got to start taking some trips over here to these areas right here too, to set foot on the ground of the ancestors. They're going on into the Al Hadiths. That's actually where I take my name from. There's a lot of history in here, family. And I don't want to keep going all night because this history on the Moors, you can see it going all down through here. But nevertheless, we can probably pick it up tomorrow too, and go deeper into this. But I just want to let our people know we got to do the read. And like I said, this is one of the best texts that you can go into. Because they running it down, family. You see it right here. So why is it that our people trying to write this the Moorish history out of the books of history? Why are people doing that? That's what I want to know. And they act like the Moors did something to them, and they can't prove what they say the Moors did, lying on them, because they going by the Arab book. This African fact book right here, people. See what it say? Busting the myths. That mean all the foolishness they be talking about, you can't get that off in him. Look at this. This is by African scholars right here, family. We can't make this stuff up. You can't say he just saying this because the Moors wrote it. No, this is wrote by people on the African soil, family. This is actually being taught as an educational textbook in Africa. So tell me why the Africans don't know this. Huh? So let me look over here. Let me check on my family because I'm gonna drop this link in here to see if anybody want to come in here and get a portion. If they do, it's all good. If not, I'll close this demonstration out and come back in here again. Peace and love, family. I see all y'all in there. Hold up. Let me go ahead and drop this link. Okay, there we go. Just in case somebody got something they want to say before we make our departure. Want to give honors to our brother Born Dog. Shouts out to the family. Honors to you, brother, for always showing up. Idris Amir, honors to your family and to your American. Honors to you as well. It's all love. Want to give honors to who that is. UTLS, United Through Life Struggle. Okay, we got a brother just popped in here. Facebook user lit. Honors to all y'all. Rodney Mizil, all y'all. All right. Peace, brother. How you doing?
Islam, brother. Assalamu alaikum, man. Hey, you a hard brother to track down, man.
Oh man, that brother, I be working a lot, and that's why I be doing these late night library sessions.
Yes,
If I
sir.
ain't working though, you can definitely find me on here.
Yeah,
We here.
I actually sent you a message on Facebook, Aki.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Did I?
you
What
didn't
name?
respond yet.
Okay, yeah. It probably cause I didn't see it, Aki.
Yep,
Let me
it's
see.
the brother that's I told you my online name, Anti-American American.
Okay. Is it something from that in the book too?
No, I think it was sent from this Facebook, the Zaza man, because they
Oh,
hacked my Facebook and took my original Facebook that I had since it came out.
oh, okay. Let me see if I got one from you in here, brother. Okay, I see the ones I sent out. Let me see here. Dogs. It's been a minute or just recent when you sent that thing?
Oh, it was just recently. I sent it to the Commission Adept Hero Font on the Facebook.
Let's see. Oh, I do see something say, there it go. Yep, here it is right here. Pardon me for goodness gracious. There's a lot of messages in here people done sent me. Man,
Yeah,
y'all
brother.
forgive me for that.
It's okay, bro. I know you busy, man. And not only being a Morris scholar, man, I know you married too, man. So I know you got to balance it out.
Oh yeah, yeah, you can believe that. Oh man, yeah, I see it. Okay, yeah, you the Shiite brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that I've been dealing with. What's going on with you, brother?
Oh, nothing much, man. I listen, brother. I love the teacher, brother. And for me, because at first, I won't lie, I had a issue, man. Because I've been a Muslim since I was 12 years old.
Right.
I converted to Islam. I had to go home. The imam didn't even want to give me my shahada because he like, yo, you 12 years old. They gonna say we recruiting in here. He was like, you got to go home and get a permission slip from your mother. I can't be converting no preteens without their parents' permission, bro.
Goodness gracious.
So I had to go home, get a note from my mama, then sign and notarize and bring it back. But I've been I'm 35 now, and like I said, I was Sunni for 6 years, from the ages of 12 to 18, until I found out the true history of it and what them white Arabs did to Rasul's family, and then I became Shia ever since.
Yes,
But
sir.
I was confused, brother, because it was like I didn't I love the Moorish teaching, but I didn't want to drop my Shia identity because that's who I am through and through. And but like the more and more I listen to it, the more and more I get convinced that it goes together hand in hand, especially tracing our lineage back through the imams. Like your chart you was going through the other night showing the different races of the imams
Yes, sir.
of the 12 imams. I have that on my wall. Because they even some of the Shia brothers try to suppress it because Imam Mahdi is like 97% African,
That's right.
and this is the person that we waiting on to save the world. You know what I'm
That's
saying? And
right.
it's like, and but like I said, I was confused, man, because I didn't want to leave my Shia school of thought, and the more and more I study, it's like, no, I don't have to leave my Shia school of thought. I just see, how could I say it? I see my Shia school of thought through a Moorish lens now.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. It was. That's exactly what it is. Because you, like, people don't know. Like, I think I was telling you about it. When Prophet Noble Ali was given that name Ali, he was given that name for a reason. People don't know in the East they give you name based on what they feel your ancestry is.
Yeah.
You know, you don't just get a name Muhammad and well Ali and they just giving it to you just to sound good. So they gave him that name Ali, you know, on his journey back, you know, because of the connection. The people don't know. Most of us have ancestry that go through that, especially if your ancestry connect through the line that come through Ramesses, because
Yes,
that's the
sir.
Sudanic blood that come all the way through the Sahel, all the way into Senegal. You automatically, most in cases dealing with the Mauritanian blood, is rooted into the Alawite dynasties. You know,
Yes, sir.
The Aliites as they call it. So yeah, and Muhammad's blood as well. So a lot of people don't know there are tribes in Africa that literally are connected back to Muhammad, but Muhammad himself had Cushitic blood.
Yes.
You know, people don't understand that. You know, the Arabs are the one that been producing that hadith. Talking about he was white skinned, but it's some hadith say Muhammad was dark skinned.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, yeah, brother, you on point.
I had and this is the thing about the hadith too. And this is one of the reasons why I became Shia. Is because
Mm-hmm.
I noticed, I said, bro, Abu Huraira got more hadiths in here than anybody, bro.
Yeah, he
There
was.
is there's no
You,
way logically that he
mm,
could have more hadiths than Ali, the man that was adopted by the Prophet as an infant, born
yeah.
in the Kaaba,
Mm-hmm.
raised by the Prophet. He said
Mm-hmm.
that he used to feed me the food out of his mouth. And when I
Mm-hmm.
used to ask him, and I used to say, oh, Prophet, what is that ringing? He said, that's the bells of Jabril. He said, oh, Ali, you hear what I hear. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I see,
Mm-hmm.
except that there will be no law bearer after me. And people, And that's another thing that I had a difficult time with, you know, because I come from that Eastern thought. And now that I put it together, I understand that there can be no prophet after Prophet Muhammad that comes with like a new book. Like say,
That's
hey,
right.
listen, we got this book. This supersedes the Quran.
Yeah, that's
Ain't no
correct.
such thing.
That's correct.
You know what I'm saying? But there can be non-law bearing prophets that are
That's
sent to
right.
people to remind the people of a straight way.
That's right. That's
And
why
that was
Prophet, yeah, that's why Prophet Noble Ali told the more he divinely prepared. You know, the book he was given it is just the 18 missing years, but he
yeah,
never put that over the Holy Quran. You
yes,
know, and
sir.
when and that's what we have to look at. Allah left that gateway of prophecy open, according to the Quran. He did because he said he was gonna raise up a warner from all people. In fact, it even said that he didn't want them saying what an Arabic Quran and a non-Arabic prophet. So we know we would have to have one that speak our language as well.
Oh, that
You
says that
know,
he speaks to he sends them a messenger
in
speaking
their
to
own
them in a
language,
language that they understand.
in a language they understand. And so, like I said, the people, yeah, Prophet Muhammad was the last prophet to come to the Arabs. They ain't had no more since that, you know. And we say Noble Drew Ali was the last to come to us, you know, because we ain't seen nobody come to us after him demonstrating that likes of what he did. But it's really the spirituality that's the connection, because y'all Shiites believe in reincarnation, you know, to a certain degree through the prophecy of what we call the rightly guided. And it's the same principle in the Moorish paradigm, because we know that you can't stop Allah from thinking, bro. And we
It's
say a prophet
impossible.
is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh. So how you gonna stop Allah from thinking? You can't do it. And so that's how we look at the concept. We're not talking about coming back as no beetles, you know, no cats, no dogs. We're talking simply of the spirit, you know, that come from our ancestors coming back through us. And it's always gonna be that reformer, you know, the rightly guided that continue to come, even
That's
outside the concept of prophecy. Go ahead, good brother.
oh yeah, I was looking because I had seen a picture of a dude from like the 18th century, and
Mm-hmm.
he looked just like Eddie Murphy, like
See what I'm saying?
exactly like
Oh,
him.
I got plenty of them.
I'm
I
like,
can
yo,
pull up.
what the heck?
Yeah, I got plenty of them, bro. I got a bunch of them pictures right now in my archive that I just saved. I'm talking about with a lot of the young rappers, you know, and a lot of the older rappers. I got them right now, pictures of all of our brothers and sisters, like in the ancient time and the modern time. That's crazy.
The most tripped out picture I've seen on your page, brother. That I listen, I spit my water out when I see the picture. The picture that you got of the Olmec head, and then you got Gucci Man's picture up there, and he looked just like the Olmec. I said, man, ain't that? I said, oh man, I ain't never think I see that.
Yeah, man. I got one picture with Kodak Black. I actually got one with a Morris picture looked like Kodak Black, and a Mayan picture that looked like Kodak Black.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah. So like, in fact, I'm gonna show you some of these pictures I got right here. I'm finna show them to you right now. Some of these pictures I went online and seen after, because I seen my own. I got one with Lawrence Fishburne, and he looked like Othello. He actually played that role, but he looked like the real Othello the more.
Yeah, he was perfect for that role. I
Yeah,
really think that's why they chose him.
yeah, just like Denzel. Denzel getting ready to play Hannibal. That's gonna be powerful. See this one right here?
Oh yeah, NBA young boy.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at
Look at
you.
that. Yeah, they think it's a game. Look at that.
Looked like he was posted for a rap picture from back in the 5th century BC.
Yeah, look at Floyd Mayweather.
Oh wow, yeah.
Come on, man.
And that almost looked like his daddy.
Yeah,
Oh we.
like come on, brother.
Yeah, they can stop playing with us.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just like with my daddy though. Like I seen the same thing.
Oh man. Oh Kodak. Oh man. Oh, Kodak, you got to go a little bit deeper than that Haitian ancestry, bro, because that's you as a statue, bro.
I'm telling you, man. Oh
Oh
boy.
man.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. This thing is crazy. Like, I mean, goodness gracious. Kind of look like the sister Megan Thee Stallion a little bit right there. But look at him. He's a bunch of people, man, that
Oh
just
man. Oh man.
like, come on, bro. We cannot deny
Oh,
this right here, bro.
oh, man, not Shay Shay. They got Shay Shay too.
Hey. And then our brother Yusef, he looked just like this and
Oh
more.
yeah,
This is a known more right here.
yeah, that Mighty Most right there.
Yeah. This one of the Moors that was claiming their Moorish identity.
Yeah,
But look
yeah,
at it.
Mighty Mo let you know.
Yeah, brother. Like, come on, man. We can't play like this right here.
Oh, brother. This is when
We
you were
cannot
talking.
play like this right here. We the return of the ancient one. Even when it comes to people that like to rock the jury. I know you seen this one on my page when I redid it.
Oh
They
yeah.
think we be doing this right here. Look, did we
It's in
been
our
doing
blood.
this? Yeah. And some of us don't even know it. Man, I got pictures of Don Juan over there. You know, and I showed that picture right there. And they got a picture of Don Juan with the cup in his hand and everything over there in Spain. Dressed up with the feather in his hat and everything. So like, man, you can't get around a lot of this stuff. You know, the phenotypes, you know, a lot of this stuff, it just don't lie good, brother.
Ooh, wait. Those beautiful sisters right there, boy. Make you drop everything and leave.
Yeah, man. See that look, that's crazy, bro. Like we the return of the ancient one. They thought they would have feared the rock ways. Who? When? We been doing this.
Oh, brother, fresh in the Egyptian ages.
Yeah. But we think that we just started doing this stuff now.
It ain't nobody told us either. We just automatically do it.
We automatically do it, brother. We think we doing something that ain't been done because it's in us. It's in the DNA coding, bro.
Mm-mm. Then you were
I'm
talking
telling
about all the different Quran translations you got.
you. Oh yeah, I got a couple of them.
Do you have one of these right here? I don't know if you can see.
Hold up, let me stop sharing real quick. Okay, yeah, that was the end of them. Okay, let me get this X that out. All right,
Let me kind of turn
let
to
me
get
see what
that
you got.
glare up off of there. There we go.
You got to put it all the way in front. Let me see it up there. Turn it to the front page. Is that the Shiite Quran?
Yeah,
No, I don't have the Shiite Quran.
it's called the Ayatollah
I read it
Puya.
years ago.
It's
It
called
said
the
I
Puya version.
yeah, I got to get that one. That's the only one I don't have. You
Oh,
know what?
bro,
I meant to
I
get a
got
Shiite
plenty.
Quran.
I got about like 8 of them, brother. So if you need me to send you one, I would gladly send you one.
Yeah, I definitely love to get one of them. Yeah, we
And
definitely have.
then this book right here too, brother. Because as far as the hadith, how the Shias go about hadith, we don't take hadith from any and all companions. Because the Quran says itself that the Prophet was surrounded by hypocrites. Some that he knew, some that he didn't know.
Yeah, that's what the Quran say. That's what I
And
was telling them. I know you heard me talking about that.
this is actually the first hadith book ever written during the lifetime of Imam Ali
That's the
and the
mysteries. It say the mysteries of Muhammad.
of the progeny of Muhammad, but its real name is Kitab al-Sulaim.
I remember reading about that one before.
Yeah, and it gives you the whole history of how Abu Bakr and Omar conspired against the Prophet, how they left, and before the Prophet was even buried, while the Hashemi tribe was arranging his body to be buried, they went to Saqifa and decided who was going to be Caliph, even though that the Prophet left Ali as Caliph. You know what I'm saying? And this is the history, the beginning history that goes down to his family and also us being oppressed. When the Prophet said that the white Arabs would overtake the black Arabs to the black Arabs would look like a small speck in the ocean. That's what he was talking about, and it was
Mm-hmm.
talking about Bani Umayyad, the Umayyads,
Mm-hmm.
who were the usurpers and the killers of his family. And this
Mm-hmm.
is an age old struggle because the clan Umayyad, the actual person whose name is Umayyad, was a white Roman, you know what I'm saying, person who was adopted by the Arab tribes who
Mm-hmm.
clashed with the dark Hashemis, the Moorish Hashemis.
Yep, that's what I was trying to tell Reggie, that the Umeyyads was fought against by the true Moors, you know, and when they was trying to oppress them, yeah, these are the same one that later coming through basically that same Hyksos bloodline.
Hmm.
You know, see, you're right. Yeah, I definitely love to check them out.
And then I'm trying my best to I'm trying to catch the beats because we have to establish something here, brother, because we have nothing. As far as
You
Moors
say
here in
you was
Milwaukee.
where you say you at Milwaukee?
Hmm. And it's a shame because we only 45 minutes away from Chicago.
Right. Are you close to Iowa ain't that far from you either, is it right?
No, not too far. A couple more hours, but it's not too far.
Yeah, yeah, cause my brother he is up there because he from Chicago originally.
Okay.
And I can put you in tune with the consul general from there, man, definitely. But you definitely can link up with us and start building, brother. I can tell you got a lot to offer when it comes to the wisdom, man. We for that, brother.
Yeah,
You know,
man. It's comforting, man, to have like people don't understand, man, how important that identity is, man. Because
yeah, it's very
everybody got
important.
one except us.
Except us. You see what I was showing you, man. We got the Russia got one, China got one. But when they use that term black, show us the black land. Can't nobody show it to us. You feel me?
The
It's impossible.
Blackistan, as they call it.
Yeah, Blackistan. You see? But yeah, when we go to every other aspect, like I was telling our people, they don't know it was the Fatimids and the Idrisids. They were the ones coming through the line of Ali. Some of them, that actually began to span that teaching across Africa. It was accepted. It wasn't like somebody was forcing it on our people.
No, the prophet always, even when the pagans persecuted the Muslims at first, he sent them to Ethiopia to
Yep.
King Najas. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
sir.
And he is still the only person that Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, led his funeral prayers in absentia. He wasn't even there. But the
Mm.
prophet said he was so righteous that he deserved to have his funeral prayer read by the prophet, even though the prophet wasn't there. And
Right.
then the Shias really were the first ones to bring the Islam to Africa because Imam Jafar al-Sadiq, the sixth Imam, who his student is the one that invented algebra, the modern form of algebra.
Yeah, that's correct.
Jabir ibn Hayyan, that was his student. But Imam
Mm-hmm.
Jafar al-Sadiq, his students, he had a class of over like 5,000 students from all around the world because that when he was teaching was in between the time of the Umayyads being overthrown by the Abbasids. So the government was busy, so they couldn't bother the Prophet's family like they had been doing.
That's
So
right.
the Imam Jafar al-Sadiq sent missionaries to Africa to bring the Shia school of thought to Africa. And that's how Islam spread peacefully. But when them Sunni Arabs came over there, that's when it was spread by warfare.
Yep. That's when they started trying to impose what they was imposing. The Moors fought them back. But see, a lot of people don't know that's why the Moors have a scimitar and a star as their symbol. See, that scimitar and star also connect back to Al Zulfikar, the sword of Ali. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I got the picture right here, brother. I can let you see it.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Yeah. And even the Pashtin Pop, which is the five purified ones.
The Ahlul Bayt.
Yes, sir, the Alabate, so really people don't know that scimitar above that star represent, the protection of the Alabate, you know. But see, that's people don't get that unless they know exactly what that represents. So it wasn't strange that Noble Drew Ali brought that back as a symbol, of the adepts. You feel me?
And that's what I figure. I'm like, yo, in a lot of ways, the Moors are Shia. In a lot of ways.
Yeah, yeah,
You
definitely.
know?
Yeah, definitely. I said that after a lot of my research. I even have hadith, that I quoted, in relation to dealing with the prophet as it connects to Ali. Speaking of Ali being the gateway of knowledge.
Oh, that I know what hadith you talk about. Listen, I got that hadith memorized in Arabic. Anam Medina to M Aliun Babua. I am the city of knowledge on Ali is its gate.
Ali is his gateway. That's right. That's what Muhammad. So that's a powerful measure. So yeah,
And he
we
said,
definitely we on
O
point.
Muslims, I leave among you two weighty things. If you hold on to them, you will never go astray, because these two things will not separate from me until they meet me by the spring of Kauthar in Jannah in paradise. He said, I leave you the Quran, the Kitab Allah, and I leave my Ahlul Bayt, the people of my house. And then he said 3 times, beware of how you treat my Ahlul Bayt. He said it for a reason, because after he died, they slaughtered the majority of them.
Yeah, yeah. He knew what time it was. And then when you talked about Al-Qaeda, see, a lot of people don't know in the journey of Muhammad, his night journey, he was taken to, that special realm of what we call Sadrata al-Muntaha. And he was showed Al-Qaeda. He was showed paradise. He was showed the land of milk and honey, but yet he was showed the Nile Valley civilization, what we call Sekhet Aru, or Sekhet Allah, the third heaven, the chamber. All of this is powerful because, a lot of Shiite information is esoteric, which is the precursor to the Sufi, Tasawwuf doctrine as well. A lot of Sufis were of that same persuasion.
No, I used to study with the Sufis, but after a while, because there's a lot of hadith from the imams that used to warn about certain Sufis, because like especially the early Sunni Sufis, they
Mm-hmm.
stole a lot of the imams' teachings
Yep.
and used it for their own, like having an imam following the guide, pledging bayat, giving allegiance to the
Mm-hmm.
imam. They took a lot of that and used it for themselves when that was
Mm-hmm.
really was reserved for the Ahlul Bayt. And that's the
Mm-hmm.
reason why the Muslim world is in such turmoil now.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
like, yo,
Yeah.
you really think you can kill your prophet's family, and you really think Allah is gonna let you get away with that? Like, and I tell people, Allah is the most patient being that you can think of. He'll wait 10,000 years, 1,000 years, 100,000 years before the punishment come down.
Oh yeah.
Time is
Yeah.
nothing to him because he invented time.
Most definitely. That's exactly how Allah demonstrate. That's his humor. But yeah, I talk about that all the time. Because spiritually, they still killing off the family of the prophet and claiming they honor the prophet. That's what you've been hearing me getting at a lot of these Arabs for. But it's the hadith that set it up to be that way. It set it up
Uh,
so those two lines will be perpetually at war. And so that's why you hear me all the time saying that they deviated from the original path. Nothing wrong with honoring hadith if it correspond with Quran, but if it goes into something that's oppositional, then you got to reject that. You know what I mean?
hmm
That's what
That's
I
like
keep
the.
telling you.
Have you heard the hadith when they said that because the argument of Fatima over her inheritance for the prophet, and Abu Bakr told Fatima that, oh, I heard the prophet say that we the prophets don't leave inheritance. And I'll be talking to my Sunni brothers. I'm like, yo, that whole hadith goes straight against the Quran, bro. That's a lie. In the Quran, Solomon inherited Dawood.
Yeah.
So that's a
They,
lie
they
off
tell
bat.
you to cut off your lineage anyway as a sin in Islam.
Yeah,
You
do
can't
not
cut
break
off
the ties
inheritance.
of kilt and kin.
They're supposed to cut the ties. So I already know. I see our brother say, "Do you have a hairdressing garment line we can order from?" Yeah, I can give you an address to where you can order some hairdresses from. A lot of my stuff I be being creative, so to speak, brother El Yashar Bel Yisrael. I can give you plenty well. In fact, I just found a website so cold. that I want to order some stuff from that I seen from some of the Igbo family, man. Real powerful headdresses. And I like to mix them up. But, you know, the main headdress we draw from in the basic level, you know, we deal with the fez, but you see me sometime with the Taj on, and I wrap the Taj. You know, Ali used to wear the Taj, wrapped with the turban too. You know, but yeah, that's one of the headdresses we use. We wrap the Taj. Matter of fact, on that picture right there that I have on the screen, I have my Taj wrapped with the turban, and I also have the Egyptian Wajet with the cobra coming up out of there on that particular one, like a pharaoh. But yeah, brother, I got access to a couple of headdress. You just, you know,
that be
email
dope,
me and
brother.
I'll
Because
send it to you.
I was on a website called Fezorama,
Uh-huh.
and I seen some on there. But yeah, I definitely need a good fan site because they got some velvety fezes on there.
I'm gonna show you one with some Shiite type headdresses, some that I want to order myself.
Are you talking about the imamas?
Yeah, but these are a little more elaborate. I'm gonna show you how they look. They actually have a Zulfikar on them.
Yeah, I see that. I seen some on Etsy, man. Some fezes, like some fez type kufis with the Athlo bait on there, man. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah,
oh man, bro, my head too big, bro. I wear 26, man. They only go up to like 23, 24.
I think they had some that make them though the way, like depending on who you get them from.
Like
You can probably.
I got this picture of Ali too. This representation, a dark representation.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's powerful. Yeah,
Yeah, I ain't put it up or nothing because I gotta find me a nice frame to put it in.
they got a lot of them. They got a lot of them out there like that. Here it is, right here. Here are a few right here. They got some nice ones right here. I'm gonna show these here to y'all. Let's see. Let me see. They got a lot of different headdresses you can find. Okay, here go one right here. We'll just hit this here. Right here, family. They got so many different things. Like this one here, this one here. This is like one of the ones I was talking about earlier. And they got them in many different expressions. That's say Ali on them actually.
Oh, I like that black one right there. Yep.
This one
Oh
here.
man. Oh, yeah. I had to have that.
That's what I'm saying. They got them out there, bro. They making them. See them with the scimitars crossed on the top of them.
No.
Yeah, they got a lot of powerful measures out there. They just started making them that elaborate. You know, I like the creativity. And then you got the imama similar look like this, almost like the one I'm talking about, the Taj. You know, and it's got, they already wrapped. You know, you can get them like that. I wrap them yourself. You know, it's a couple of them though. You know, that's actually the original fez. A lot of people don't know that. They came to a point.
You know
so
what's crazy? I was looking at the Samaritan community in Palestine.
Yeah.
The Samaritan Jews, and they wear fezes.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, the fez is a universal headdress. You know, so a lot of people don't know that. It go all the way back to Samaria. You know, we can go all the way back, and that's why you'll see a lot of them wearing that headdress. So it's so many. Like I said, they vary. These headdresses very elaborate. You know, it's based on really what you want to demonstrate, or you can be creative. You know, you can be creative. You know, our brothers over here have some nice headdresses in Africa as well.
Oh yeah, you know you can't beat them on the color scheme in Africa. They got that on lock.
Nah, they ain't playing. They are not playing. You know, our people, man, when we do it big.
You almost think that brother vibrating to a different realm. He come out with that dress on.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, that's another one right there. That's a powerful drawing.
Ooh wee.
You know,
Them
like I
tassels ain't
said,
no joke.
yeah, you know, they ain't playing.
Oh man. Ooh wee. Ooh,
So
they took that picture at the right angle. Boy, I almost looked like Noor dripping off that bad boy.
you see the light hitting it. Yeah, they know what they were doing on it. They were definitely putting their supreme promo on that. So yeah, man. And like you don't see people with these drawings though. You know,
The only people I see with them is the Sufi orders, the
is the
Naqshbandis
Sufi
and the
order.
Bekteshis.
Yeah, the Bekteshis in the Sufi order, but you don't really see most of the people. They don't really know about them too much. So yeah, man. Like I say, they out there, bro. You
Oh,
know,
brother, do you have any collections of Shia Hadith books?
no. Like I said, I didn't have. I was looking for some at one time, but I was never able to get them.
So you can do it on Amazon, and there's also another app called Shop.
Cause you know that stuff ain't really out there like that.
Yeah, I got the complete collection. This is Usul Al Kafi.
Yeah, a lot of the Shia information is it's almost like I don't know if the whole order went into Tagia because of the persecution, but it's
Yeah, they
almost
had
that's how
to.
they moving.
Yeah, they had to. Like in America and in Britain, the Shias are very flamboyant. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Because
right,
like you ain't got the numbers that you got like over east. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Like you mess around trying to persecute a Shia over here in America, you might get your head bust.
yeah,
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right.
Over in the east, you know, it's almost 80%, 85% Sunni. You know, you just gang up on the Shias.
Yeah,
But
they
over
be
here, you
hiding it.
can't do that.
Right. Yes, sir. But yeah, that's why a lot of their stuff, you know, and I understood that to be what it was. But I had some brothers I built with in the past that was Shia. And they had showed me a lot of things, but they was real protected about their information too.
Yeah, like me, I don't care. You know, I get like I said, bro. I grew up in Chicago, bro. I don't care. Listen, you better not come with that religious gang banging, because listen, brother, I'm a changed brother, but gang banging is what I used to do. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I
So
all
like that.
been there. That right.
Yeah, don't come over here with that religious gang banging. Talk about Suey, talk about all you Shia Kafir, Shia Mushrik, and all that.
Yeah,
I'm
all
gonna
that
bust your
foolishness.
head
Yeah,
and ask for
yeah.
forgiveness. Like Allah, I'm sorry I had to put my hands on a Muslim brother, but you know he was wrong.
Yeah, you know he was wrong. That's right. Yeah, that's what I
This
keep telling them, man. If they was on that, they should have stayed on back there what it was. What that is right there.
This is a book called Sunni Islam, Shia Islam, and the African Race. It's
Hmm.
written by a brother, you see his name, it's Kamal Husseini Al-Kimi.
Oh yeah, I see that.
And he goes down the whole history of how they lied, how they propped up all the white Arab heroes, how they hid all the African brothers that helped Prophet Muhammad out. You know what I'm saying? That he goes into it deep, but this brother actually is in prison. He has life.
Oh
And
man.
he converted to Islam. At first he was Sunni, and through studying he became Shia. And he wrote this book. And this book literally got him stabbed twice because he exposes a lot of stuff.
See, a lot of people don't know them brothers is fanatic, man, in that prison system. They don't know some of our brothers is more fanatic than the Arabs.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
had a brother Africa who taught me, and he used to be part of the original Black Panther Party as a young man. He studied on the Auntie Asada and Auntie Afeni. But he was actually telling me about when he was up there, because he was a 5% or two in his youth at one time, but he was talking about when Nicky Barnes and all of them came out, because them dudes used to be 5%ers too. He
mm-hmm.
was saying that they ended up putting on platform. They went in, they had dashikis on, but when they came out, they were wearing long coats, and now they want to be super fly.
Straight pimping.
Yeah, the all Iceman inheritance. He said they took them same teachings over into them organization. That's why they started calling themselves the family. and want for your brother what you want for yourself. So they try to use Muslim principles in them different organizations. It's the same thing with your brother. Them dudes in Philadelphia. That's why Philadelphia is majority. They gangster Muslims.
Yeah,
The
they be
brothers,
gang banging on each other,
yeah,
killing each other.
yeah, brothers and the sisters over there in Philadelphia, man.
And then they
Them
be
the one that,
ratchet. Like, yo, is you a
yeah,
sister or is you Keisha from the hood? What's
them the one that hit our brother Malcolm. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like them brothers that was in the NOI, but they were gangsters.
Yep, from that Philly. What they used to call them?
Black Mafia.
Yep, the Muslim Mafia. Yep.
Yeah. So they were calling them. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so when you get into that prison culture, that's what they be dealing with. But he was telling me, he said brother would go in there when he was in Rikers Island, and he said you would see a Muslim and a Sunni brother and an NOI brother or a Shiite brother. You'll see the brother gather together and the two brothers go in the room, and they'll be like, all you hear is Allahu Akbar. Brother got phone books taped around their body to keep people from sticking them. Yeah, you know how they get it down with war. Yeah, you got to put all the phone books on and make a vest out of it. So when they go to sticking you, you know what I mean? They ain't penetrating you.
Hey, your brother's really going to war, man. Like
Yeah.
it's
all
7th
you
century
hear is
Arabia.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Long live Muhammad. So you got Sunnis willing to die for Prophet Muhammad, but then you got them brother willing to die for Elijah Muhammad. And they fighting to the death, bro. Like literally having wars. People don't even know about this stuff though in society. You know what I mean?
No.
And they consider that in the prison system, they particular stories and their history of brother that done sacrificed for. It's crazy. The brother
Yeah, and
said
the
it's
guards stay up
Kamal.
out of that. Like when it
I
comes to
think
the
it's
Muslim
somebody that
wars,
know. Yeah, people stay up out of that. But I think that somebody know you, brother. I know the brother Kamal. They asking brother Sankofa saying in the chat. He asking us where is the brother Kamal alive? Like he may know him or something.
I think he is. I didn't hear anything. He's supposed to
Maybe
be writing
Sankofa
another
done.
book. He's
Oh,
he's actually the Shia imam of his prison.
yeah. Sankofa must have heard some things about him. I know of him.
I mean, he a very, very intelligent. Like the dude, when he started coming out, them Sunni brothers in there, man, they hated him, bro, because he was slamming them from their own books. How I be slamming them from their own
Where he
books.
from originally?
California, I believe.
Oh yeah. He about like the brother that was known down here in the system, brother Yakub, in Florida. That brother there wasn't no joke.
Oh, he sound familiar.
Yeah, everybody know Yakub from back in the days, man. They was part of that wave when the NOI came down here and purposely went to prison just to start converting people. They were called the carbine killers down here. They hit the news real heavy back in the days. But
Yeah, I don't want no smoke, brother. You purposely go to prison?
yeah,
You
they
either got a
did that
mission or you
literally.
crazy.
Yeah, they dedicated. They purposely got locked up to go back there to spread teachings. And but that dude was so cold blooded. Every compound he hit, they transfer him, bro, cause his influence. I know of him cause of a brother that named me Shahid, a brother named Qasim. Honest to Qasim. Qasim just came home. But that brother there studied under Yakub. He was a 5%. He was related to your boy and them too, Brad Newby and Grand Pooba and them from New York. This brother was so sharp though, man. That's who I got all my little knowledge from though. When I first started getting the other information, that brother there was powerful. He would give a cookbook on one word. Taquim. It means mold. It means symmetry. It means constitution. It means to be upright. I can still hear that brother. I can still hear.
That brother had you ready to. He had you ready to declare jihad, man.
Hey, bro, no lie.
That's why they moving him around. No, brother, you in here. You got these brothers.
Now he come from Yakub, but he was the same. His spirit was the same vein because there was a brother named Jihad, and he was Shiite. Jihad was Shiite, and he was actually part of that situation with down here in Florida with Carol City Cartel, the Bowie Boys, and he was on the Vonda side though that was going through it. But some of them dude, my cousin, that was involved with that stuff. Rick Ross be rapping about him,
Oh,
but
that's where you at? You in Florida?
uh-huh.
See, brother, listen, brother. Let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
yeah, that brother Jakub, Jihad wasn't nothing to be played with though. He wanted to take a warden out behind Qasim.
I will.
That boy was crying. They had blood
I
in
will
his eyes.
have to get you to come or meet you outside of Florida, and I'm gonna tell you why. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I lived in Florida for a few years before I went to Iran.
Really?
We had a Shia madrasa, a Shia school, a hausa in Tampa Bay, Florida called Medinatul Ilm. And then we also had the Imam Ali Seminary in Lake Mary.
Okay.
So now I stayed in Lake Mary, I stayed in Altamont Springs, Kissimmee, Plant City. I've been all around Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And I had got pulled over because my mulana, my sheikh, he was sick. So this is before I had my license, but I had took his car and I got pulled over because they pulled me over because my license plate light wasn't on.
Right.
Gave me a ticket, $20 ticket. Now I'm busy, I'm in school studying, studying Arabic, I'm studying Farsi. I'm just busy, so I forget all about it. We end up getting stopped, and they ran my name. I had a warrant out for my arrest while we were in. I was in Hollywood, Florida, not too far away from Miami. They locked me up, and because I'm not from there, the bail's bondsman didn't trust me for bail, even though it's a $20 ticket. And they schedule your court date 30 days from the day you come in. So if you can't bail out, you're doing an automatic 30 days.
Wow.
So matter of fact, I'm in Miami, and you gonna know where I'm talking about. I was in Starcade. So I'm in the Starcade, and
That's the
Starcade
worst
is,
part.
yeah, it's a prison and the county jail.
Yeah, it's terrible in there. People get
Yeah.
stabbed up just like it's
Hey,
prison.
listen. I was fighting like a mug, boy. Hey, listen, I'm from Chicago. Hey, listen. I'm fighting like a mug, but I'm like, dude, they not finna come get me. The ticket was in Sanford County by Lake Mary. I'm
Yeah.
like, bro, they not finna drive 2.5, 3 hours for a $20 ticket, bro. They not finna come get me. Bull crap. They had
Dang.
until 12 o'clock to come get me. They showed up at 11:56. Extradited me for a $20 ticket to Sanford County. Then when I got to Sanford County, guess what? Same deal. Bail's bondsman won't mess with me because I'm not from there. Won't let me bail out. Another court date scheduled 30 days from when I got in. So I did 67 days for a $20 ticket. I said I'll never come back.
Yeah, nah, yeah, you good though, cause I'm in the top. I'm in North Florida.
Yeah, I
Yeah, they
said
don't.
I would
Yeah, they
never
don't
come back.
demonstrate that.
I
Yeah, it's
said, man,
different. Man.
I might as well beat somebody up and rob somebody 60 something days for a $20, and then you extradited me.
Yeah,
You
they
you
got they got a different world down there in Miami, man.
I'm like, you
Yeah,
really,
I
it
know about
costs
it.
you more gas to come get me than a ticket.
Yeah, yeah, they terrible down there. Yeah, up here it's different. It's different type of situation up here. It's more hospitable, so to
Okay.
speak. Yeah, it ain't built like that up here. We in the capital city up here.
Okay.
But yeah, man, all is well, man. I see our brother AT Sankofa. We give honors to your family too. Peace and love. Yeah, he was talking about the Islamic community alike. So I guess our brother was familiar with them.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
said, man, I was telling my brother, I said, man, like, I gotta find this brother, man. I gotta, even if I gotta track him down and sit outside his house and say, hey, teacher, man, I came to learn. But then you told me you in Florida. I'm gonna have to meet you somewhere.
yeah, all the well, yeah, most definitely, brother. We definitely can build. But like I say, my consul general, just somebody that's closer to you,
Hmm.
and he know the land, he from the Shire originally. it'll be good that he can build with you up there, because y'all can build a consulate there and where he at. You know what I mean? And we all get together, because that's what we want to do, try to get with our people and get everybody in rotation, you know, to try to come together soon, because our people got to really come to unity at one, man. They got to come into the oneness of unity, man, right now, because it ain't, you know, the time for play is over. You know what I mean? I keep telling the hourglass done ran out of sand, bro.
And I had a dream, brother. I had a dream, brother, and the dream felt so real when I woke up and figured that it was just a dream, bro. I ain't never been so depressed in my life, brother. I dreamed that we had our own Moorish masjids, brother, with green and red carpet, brother, and they was ours. You know what I'm saying? Then when I woke up, man, and you know that realization set in that at this present moment is not true. I felt so depressed, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm
that,
serious. I felt bad, man.
and
I'm
that's
like,
a prime example of what I keep telling our people. I say a lot of people don't know, when we pass form and we leave the body, I say, you know, they want to know what heaven and hell look like. All they got to do is think about the best dream they had and the worstest dream they had. So you was in the best dream that you could have had, and you woke up like, what the heck? I'm back. Here I am. But you know, one of the worstest dreams that you can have, you know, per se, is one where it's terrible. And you like, goodness gracious. When you come up out of goodness gracious, it was a dream. You know what I mean? That's
yeah.
the, you know, the symbolism between heaven and hell, so to speak. You know, is what I tell people all the time. You had a dream of Jannah. You had a dream of paradise. You came back. What in the world? You
And I
know,
remember
I'm
you was
dealing with
saying
this
that one
dream.
brother when you was telling me the brother that the one brother saved his life and brought him back from the light and he still ain't forgave you.
See what I'm saying?
And I can't blame him though. Like, bro, why you bring bro? I was good.
See what I'm talking about?
Now I got more time to mess up and go the opposite direction.
See what I'm saying? I'm telling you, bro. That real spill. But yeah, man, we definitely at a crossroad, you know, us and our people, man. And it's gonna take people like us that's really demonstrating and trying to give them the truth, man. Because right now, social media got the people so messed up, man. They want to hear a lie. They don't even want the truth no more. They just tell them something to make them feel good. You know, this stuff that we talking about, oh, it's bored. We don't want to hear the stuff that's good for you. We want to hear the stuff bad for you.
And
And
then
that's the
our
dilemma.
people are so hard headed, man. Cause I tried to bring it to another brother, man, and he like, nah, man, that's that new Moorish, that's American Islam. That's not you. I said, man, listen, bro, that how you hating your own stuff, bro.
See what I'm
This is
saying?
for us, bro.
See
And
what
you
I'm
ain't
talking
gotta
about?
throw your school of thought away, bro. You don't have to throw it away, bro. I'm not telling you to throw it away, bro. I'm not telling you to throw the teachings of the imams away. I'm
None
not
of
telling
that.
you to throw away not one bit of what the imams and Prophet Muhammad brought. What I'm telling you is just to embrace what Allah gave us. That's what Allah gave us, bro.
That real talk. Our people don't like, you know, Noble Drew Ali said the only reason our people don't want to accept Islam as taught by us is because it come from us. You feel me? We want it to come from somebody else. If it come from us, it can't be real. You
Yep.
know?
You put that European looking Arab up there, he be right there.
Oh yeah, he
Alhamdulillah,
gonna,
brother. Yes, teach, brother, teach.
yes sir. Yeah, I'm coming every day. You know, but yeah, it's crazy, bro. That's all we doing. That's why I'm trying to make sure I bring these lessons with clarity. You know, and give our people every aspect. Because I seen them going back and forth earlier about these subject matters. So I say, well, let me do a video on that right there then. You know, and people picking up slowly but surely. You know, getting people to tune in. And it's gonna come a time where they really catch on and we bust straight through the algorithm. You know what I mean? And I think it's gonna come more from doing the class similar to this one. You know, more than what they can grab on, because we already know when you really get into the science of it, you know, sometimes it spook people out when you go to talking to them about really spiritually trying to change it. They get scared, boy. He talking about trying to change the way I think, the way I live, the way I eat. No, you know, I like party and I like to hang out. He tripping. I ain't ready for that yet. They go to thinking, they go to weighing it in the scale. Let me see. These sisters over here have nigga buses versus being over. You know what I mean? This alcohol, this liquor, this good feeling versus this. Nah.
Listen, and listen, I won't even lie. I'm so glad that I was interested in religion early, and I became Muslim so early, because I
Facts.
hate alcohol. I
Facts.
just I never liked it. I never like
Facts.
I tried it. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I
when
ain't
I
an
was sitting
alcohol
there
drinking
drunk,
man. Yeah, me
I'm
neither.
like, yo, why do people like this? This ain't
Me
a good
neither.
feeling.
No, I
Like
agree with you, bro.
the room spinning, I close my eyes, and
Yep.
the darkness spinning. How's the darkness
Darkness
spinning?
spinning. Darkness spinning. And don't smoke nothing with it. You be
Oh
praying,
yeah.
God, please bring me. I know I will. God, please bring. If you once you give me that, I ain't gonna never do it no more.
I ain't go there. That's what we say too. Listen, Lord,
Hey,
please.
I
Drinking
don't.
plenty of water, Lord.
Yeah, I promise you, I done been there, family, and I'm not even a drinker like that. You know, and I never drunk. You know, and I don't do none of that stuff now. But when I was young, I wasn't a drinker. But when I would drink, that's what it would do. It would make me head spin, then make me want to jump on people, beat people up. That ain't even my personality. And so I understood that's not for me. You know what I mean? And so that's what got a lot of our people acting crazy. They
Yeah,
out
that
there,
alcohol, man.
yeah, they out there drinking, they out there smoking, they out there chasing the fire spirit. And I ain't gonna try to judge our people like one is holier than thou. But
Right.
we just saying that's why they be doing some of the stuff. Then they got this what they call it exotic drugs and man-made drugs that the babies on out here. It's killing them off, brother.
Yeah,
It's
and I
taking
tell
them off
people,
the
look,
top.
bro, if you go, and I tell people this because I know some people, some brothers from the Bayfall Sufi community, and they smoke heavy weed, and I tell the brothers, man, listen, bro, you're not supposed to smoke weed for what y'all smoking it for. Y'all literally smoking it to get high. You ain't smoking it for no spiritual implications. You ain't smoking it studying. You not smoking it meditating. You not smoking. You just smoking just to be smoking, and you smoking anything,
Oh, they gotta be
anything you
careful.
get your
They
hands on.
they gotta be careful with that too, family. Because a lot of them young brothers that be out there in them streets, they be mixing that fentanyl in that stuff,
Yep.
and people having heart attacks at a young age from that stuff they putting into that poison. So
Hmm.
like we said, it's just terrible. And a lot of our people, sad to speak, they want to be sedated because they can't take coping with life. So they got to use that as a cloak to hide up under, because they can't live with a sober mind and feel liberated, feel, free. So they go to that stuff, bro. And that's another reason it's hard to get to our people as well. Some
You
of
gotta
them
get through
heavy
that
sedated.
haze.
Yeah, you got it. They even out here drinking Robitussin and everything else and trying to get out of here.
Yeah, that I never understood that, man. Like, bro, why would you want cough syrup? Why would you want to? You know what? I ain't got. Hey, listen, brother, I can't stop you. You a grown man, but I don't understand why you would want to do that.
Yeah,
Like, dang, bro. Matter of fact, I'd rather you smoke the weed than you drinking cough syrup. Like, what kind of stuff is that, bro? Like,
it's
we done went off
terrible,
the
man.
deep end, man.
Terrible. So yeah, man. We got work to do, man. We the last of our kind, man. The ones coming behind us, generationally, they really gonna be out there because the ones that's coming up behind us now directly, they ain't got nothing to really give them, bro. So when the older generation like us, that's out of our generation, get off of here, it's gonna be terrible. So that's why I'm trying to put all the content I can put out here. So when we do transition, at least somebody might have something if they get interested in it. to pick up on and go to the next degree of unfoldment. But other than that, man, the future ain't looking good. These youngins done lost their mind out here.
Hey, brother, and you gonna have to tell me, brother, what you be eating on a day-to-day basis, brother. Because when you said you was born in 1970, I said, man, that brother lying. This the first lie he done told. I caught him. You
Yeah,
know what
they
I'm
be
saying?
thinking that. They be thinking yeah. They be
Yeah,
thinking I'm
brother. You look like you may be in your early 30s, bro. I said, man, that brother ain't no 50-something years old, man.
Nah, I ain't 50. I'm 45. Well,
Oh yeah, you
44.
yeah,
44.
you almost there.
Yeah, and so I'm almost there. That's what I'm saying. But like a lot of people do be thinking I be, even some of the young ones be thinking that. I'd be like, no, man, I'm old enough, to be your brother, you know.
Yeah, you said
Yeah,
you got grandchildren, brother. I said, man, the brother got
yeah,
grandchildren.
yeah. I got a grandson.
Hey man,
But that's a
alhamdulillah.
problem. I've been having a problem, man, when I used to work for other people, and I was like, when I was in my 30s, I'm like, bro, man, I'm 36. They thinking I'm like 20 something. Like, a lot of the older cats I would work on. Nah, you
And then
can't
kicking it
stun me
with you,
like that.
talking to you like you were 20.
Yeah,
Hey, what
like
you
I'm
know
a
about
young
this?
boy.
Like, yeah, brother, I don't know nothing about that music, brother.
Yeah. And they don't know I've been hanging with old cats since I was 15 years old. They used to laugh at me when I was young. Like, man, you talk like you 50 years old. The older cat used to laugh at me and say that I talked like I was 50 years old. It was funny to them to hear me talking back then because I talked with so much sense at that age. But they don't know that, that's what the Most High had already put in me, for coming up to where I was now. So it'd be some brother. I done had brothers older than me be like elder. I'd be like, brother, you older than me. You got. Well, I'ma still call you elder because the way you speak. And I'd be
now,
like, well, all right, brother.
I had a question for you, brother.
Uh huh.
Now, as far because what I did was I just scrolled down to your bottom of your page on your
Yeah.
videos
Mm-hmm.
and started from the very first video from like 8, 9 years ago, and I've been
Yeah.
working my way up.
Yeah.
Um, what good Moorish doctrine books should I read? From and just honestly, what Moorish groups should I stay away from? Because I got a few in mind already that I've sat and watched, and I'm like, nah, bro, you you not serious enough. The Prophet Muhammad said in the Quran says, bro, do not even hold company with the people that
Yeah.
mock faith. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Well,
all of that kind of stuff, bro. If you demonstrate like that, I automatically throw you to the side.
I agree. And I'm gonna tell you, being honest with you, good brother, stay away from them sovereign citizen groups. Because me personally, I see a lot of them as being agent provocateurs and plants. People talking about they got paperwork. They want to challenge the jurisdiction of the United States. And next
So
thing
you
you
talk
know, them
about like
people,
the what's the one dude the Taj Bay.
Taj got a lot of wisdom, brother.
Okay.
He's good to listen to. But as far as applying some of the things that people get, they end up running into a dead end. But it's
Now
some
is the
specific
national
groups. It's some.
is the
Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. Is the nationality cards, is that a real thing?
That's a whole nother measure right there. People, it is a myth. A nationality card is used for us to identify ourselves amongst ourselves.
Right.
That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali told the Moors, stop flashing your cards at the European. It's for your salvation. You see what I'm saying? Failure to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. You know what I mean? So you don't be
Mhm.
flashing your nationality card at the European. Talking about you a Moorish. You ain't got to do that if they don't ask you for that. But you got
It's
some
not
people
for
that's
him.
doing that. That's running around talking about I got my nationality and da. You don't challenge the jurisdiction. You don't find, Moors, true Moors, or Moorish national. You don't find them in the courts of another government. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? Because they ain't doing the things to be in the courts of another government. You see, so you don't want to get caught up in nobody talking about paperwork and, I can help you get out of this traffic ticket and lies.
Right. That traffic
Lies.
ticket's ticking. I don't care
Yeah,
what you talk
yeah,
about.
man. Yeah,
Unless you
unless you
pass
become,
away.
yeah, unless you become, like we doing right now, we dealing with nationhood. And so we literally getting ready to go through our last stages, just like what Palestine is asking for. We are dealing with the same thing over here. Sudan had got their independence. Morocco not long got there in 1956. And so we on the same drawing of independence. And we ain't here to be challenging nobody's jurisdiction. But the best book you can have is the Book of Fire, man, the Exhuming of a Nation. You gotta order
Yeah.
that from my chairman.
How and hold on, I'm gonna grab me a pen. Cause I
Yeah,
went on the website, but I didn't see a number.
yeah. It's at the very bottom, but I'll give it to you right now where you can
Okay,
call.
I'm ready.
Yeah, it's 434 676
Uh-huh.
1555.
All right. And about how much do I need for the Book of Fire and the Book of Ali? Because I need both of those.
Well, he'll give you the Quran set for like $20. That's the Book of Ali. Like the questionnaires and different stuff like that. He'll give you certain things as a bundle. The Book of Fire itself is like, I want to say it's $49, but 20 with shipping.
Right. It's about
29 somewhere around
70.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 70 somewhere around there. But Rome, they trying to they done got the chairman book, man, stole it. They got it up there for $300-$400, man.
Yeah, I seen it on Amazon for like $105.
Yeah,
But
they
I'm like,
tripping.
and I was almost because I won't lie, bro. I'm so desperate to have the book.
Yeah, it ain't even him. It's certain other Moors that stole the book, selling it through Amazon. You see what I'm
Yeah, and
saying?
that's wrong.
Yeah,
That's wrong.
they've been doing that for years to my chairman, man. He ain't really got his just due off that book yet. But a lot of Europeans have brought the book. They brought it from Amazon though, but he ain't getting credit for that. And
Right.
they be quoting him though. They be quoting him. Anytime them European write, they look at that as the scholarly source, dealing with Noble Drew Ali. And so yeah, it's a powerful book though. You done seen me come at it a couple of times.
Uh-huh. And especially when you had the one white dude who was reading it in like a class setting.
Yeah. Your boy, Rick Smith.
Yeah, there it
Yeah,
is. Yep.
Rick Smith. I actually had that video up the other night. Him and it's a couple of more of them that have it. And it was actually given to him by Peter Lamborn, because Peter Lamborn was the Eurocentric Moor that actually was a Moor. And he's told your boy Rick Smith that he had did all the work that he could do and pass it on to him basically. Like this your time.
Right.
And your boy took it and he done ran with it. So yeah, it's out there, brother.
Yeah. Then I had read a couple of books from what's the one Moorish guy, man, but he I don't know, man. I don't know if he went a little crazy. I don't know what's going on. Uh Ra Sadiel.
Oh yeah, that brother there.
Oh man. I said,
Hey, brother
when the
Ross
brother
out
talk
there
about
done lost
religious
his
gang
mind.
banging, this what he talking about right here.
Yeah, Ross out there done lost his mind. He's a terrible brother. Me and the brother used to be him. Cause he like attacked my chairman. But they went through the chambers together. But the difference is Ross Adiel was deep in the streets, man. He an old air rooking Blackstone. You know what I mean? He get into it. He
Yeah.
tell you what he was doing. I killed this brother here. Me and him had conversation. I'm like, man, this brother tripping. But he stayed trying to attack my chairman, and so I had to spank him a couple of times. Because somebody was like, yeah, this brother was on the run. He was informant. And so I put it out there. And he called me like, yeah, I had to reach out to you, brother, because I heard what you said. He was like, but I
I ain't
like you
lying.
though. I like you because one thing about you, brother, you ain't gonna let nobody turn you on your heels now. I can't do nothing but respect that. No, brother, because I'm standing on the truth. I just want you to know my chairman don't hate you, brother. So why you keep attacking him? You know what
Right.
I mean? And
I
we
don't
got a
even.
good brother.
I've been looking for videos of them, man, and there's not that many of them.
He has a bunch of them up there at one time. They go live all the time. His wife do. I see him going live all the time, but his wife doing it more than anything now. But yeah, he got a couple of them up there. Sade. If you look him up, Morris Science Temple. I want to say it was
No,
19.
no, no, not Sadiel. I'm talking about brother Elihu Pleasant Bay.
Oh, the chairman. Oh,
Yeah.
it's a few. It's a few here and there. Some of them we have in the archives, but if you look like on our website, we got a few there through brothers that got certain things there. But it ain't a whole lot of them. Then I got like the chairman giving his history a few times on the website and some of the classes where he done participated in. You know, pretty much a lot of them videos we do Morris Perspective, you'll hear him talking. You know, like this week, you know, you'll hear him talking still. So yeah, he definitely on the front line. But the chairman used to be everywhere, man, back in the days. He was the one that went and retrieved that charter from Jeff Fort, you know, back in the days in Chicago. You know, yeah, they
Yeah,
went
boy.
up in
Hey,
there.
listen, back in the day, man. Listen, Jeff wasn't no joke, man.
That's what I'm
You
trying to tell you.
you
That's why I
you had
respect
to,
the brother. That's
yeah,
why I respect him. But you know, the chairman wasn't no joke neither, and that's why they was able to go up in there like that. But he said, man, we went up in there. He said, brother Jeffrey Fordell. He said they had Jerry Curl juice all around their face. Hey, that's what the chairman say now. He say the sister was half naked and smoke was marijuana smoke hit you. You caught a contact when you went through the threshold of the door.
Oh no, bro. Listen, hey,
I
I'm not
seen
gonna
the
judge no
video though,
brother if
and
he
that's exactly
outside,
how they
man.
was. Huh?
But I said I ain't gonna judge no brother. Like, listen, brother, if you, because I do what Noble Jew Ali say, man.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you
yeah.
go drink and smoke, man, go in your own. You
In
know what
your
I'm
own
saying?
abode. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and I
nah, he
just
was just
smoke. I don't like alcohol. You know what I'm
yeah, he
saying?
was
But
just giving us the scenery of what he ran
goodness
into back
gracious,
then.
he said
Yeah,
they
yeah.
half naked. The smoke coming. This the club.
Brother, and they got the video of what he was talking about during that era. They actually got it. I got the video of them brothers. He had the youngins up in there, and man, they were literally in there hanging out.
Yeah,
You know, they
having
were dressed in
orgies
all
and
green with red fezzes on, and they had all
oh
man.
man,
They was in there lit up.
that's Club 7.
Yeah, that's exactly what was going on, and they were hanging out. Chairman them like, come on, let me get that charter right there, and he gave it to him. But you know, when he gave it to him, that made me have honor because you know he could have tried to go into it, would have been a bad situation. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, because you'll lose everything. You'll lose everything. A law turn against you.
yeah, and that's what, and I honor the brother because, and that brother was harsh. We'll say not harsh, but stern, even when his
Listen,
own family got out of line. And I
they
just
killed
leave
his
that
son.
right there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that lets you know that the brother was he was real about the law that he said he represented.
Yeah, that's
You
why he
know,
was feared, bro. Listen, if you will to have your son beat to death, I know you'll bust my head.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. You know what I mean? That's exactly what he was letting them know. You know, if he get out of line, he looked just like him too.
Yeah.
You know, that son there, that was definitely his junior. But yeah, man, so yeah, the chairman got a lot of stuff out there, a lot of work he done throughout the years, man. Been on the front line. It's time for him to, you know, be able to rest easy, you know, and that's why we on the front line right now, you know, picking up where he left off, just like he was picking up where, you know, his master teacher left off. You know what I mean? That's
The
what
people
we here
like
for,
that
to
don't
let
never
him
really
rest.
retire. They don't
Yeah,
ever really retire because he'll
he ain't
tell
gonna
you.
never really retire. That's what we saying. He just ain't got to be out here dealing with these
Yeah.
knuckleheads. You know what
Because
I
most
mean?
older people I talk to, whatever life work they doing, whether it's manual work, religious work, or
They
whatever,
gonna keep doing it.
they tell you like, bro, if I stop, that's when I'm gonna start dying.
That's right. And yeah, we just that's what I'm saying. We just more we putting the ottomans under his feet. You
Yeah,
feel me?
Yeah,
So
brother,
you
relax.
ain't
Do
got
your
to
work
deal
and
with
some
the
comfort
headaches.
now.
Yeah, you ain't finna deal with the headaches of these Negro. You don't have to deal with the one during your time.
Yeah,
So
this a
you
new
ain't
kind of
even
Negro. He shouldn't have to deal with this.
yeah, you ain't got to deal with them now. I got you. You feel me? That's basically where it's at. But yeah,
What about the
he nothing to be played with even now though. Go ahead.
what other Moorish groups do you, I wouldn't say recognize, but that you like accept?
Well, we accept all of our Moorish kin. Even the hard head ones, brother.
Even the
But
dirty
as
ones.
far as good brothers that I done seen out there that I never seen them speak out against us. I try to attack us, and they just teach the people. I give honors to brothers like I look at brother Ransuel. R.
Rams.
Neil Bay. Who else? Good brother Hopkins Bay.
Are they involved with them Canaan? What do they call it? Canaan land Moors?
Now the Canaan land Moors used to actually be here.
They in
They used to
Canada,
be.
right?
Yeah, they in Canada now, but they was part of the government originally. That was
Okay.
a little bit before I came into the government. They was here, but they used to fly the flag and everything. Our family say creator of boundless universe. Islam was the topic. Oh yeah, we was just speaking on the African fact book and scientific racism and the origins. And
Can
the
you
demonstration came to a closure, and so me and the brother just drawing over here building a little bit. Go ahead,
do?
brother.
You said you got that book,
Which one?
or was that the African book or the black book you was talking
Yeah, the
about?
African fact book. It's
Yeah.
a PDF format, PDF format that I got. I can send
Um.
it to you though. You just send
let-
me an email. Uh-oh. I think we done lost it. You still there,
Oh,
Zaza?
yeah. There I go. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Went to the wrong thing. Um.
Yeah, I can email it to you. Yeah, creator, we want to give honors to you, creator of the boundless universe. Want to give honors to you for showing up as well. Yeah, me and the brother just dialoguing now. It was a grand draw, and I was just giving our family to show them what scientific racism is and also give the proper history behind a lot of that. Let me see.
Sorry about that, brother.
I'm gonna remove your other one. Okay, there we go. We got you up
Okay.
in there. All right.
Okay. I'm putting my email address in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, when it come up, I get it. And you can actually drop it in my Facebook that you sent the message to,
Okay.
and then it'll probably, that'll be even better. And then I can just respond to it.
And when you okay, when you demonstrate Salat, brother, what what method do you usually demonstrate? If you go to like what they call so-called Orthodox Salat.
Oh, just as regular Orthodox, what I learned. It ain't no big deal. That ain't no issue because a lot of that come from the ancestors. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to tell our people. A lot of that come from the ancestors. Muhammad learned that from the Sabians. You
Hmm.
know,
Yeah,
yeah,
because we prostrating all on the walls of the Egypt.
all of the walls of Kemet. Even every position come from the walls of Kemet. We got them doing Ruku. We got them doing the Takbir Tarima, Qiyam, everything. All the way down to the Rakat and prostration, Sajud. So that's really we just inform our family if you're gonna demonstrate that in your privacy, so to speak, because we in a state where we in a hostile environment.
Yeah,
Especially in this era and time now, you don't want to be out there mess around and you get up if you get up.
yeah. What are these? What are these crazy Zionists, brother? Them bust your head.
Yeah,
It's wartime. You out here in the park praying like it's sweet.
yeah, with your eyes closed. You know what?
Let me wake you up.
Yeah, let me wake you up. You know, so yeah, that's what we tell our people. It's just knowing when it's time to demonstrate that. Like me, I be fasting. I've been fasting for years. During the month of Ramadan, over 30 years. I always
So
do that.
is it good to celebrate it according to the Orthodox calendar or celebrating it in October, like
I mean, I
the prophet
always
was doing?
celebrate it because it changed. It varies even with the Orthodox calendar, like
Yeah,
depending on the new moon when it is. I just do it in that normal thing because either way, it's having the same effect on the body.
yeah.
And then even outside that, they got other times you can go through your own fast. Sometimes I do a fast from talking.
No.
Like a 7-day fast. So it's all types of fasts you can do. You can do the one abstaining from food, and then you do the ones abstaining from, all physicality and activities.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to do the one and talking. I work in the kitchen. That ain't gonna work.
It's
They
hard.
try to take somebody order. They like, man, so does it come with what does this have on there? You like, Let me write this down for you because I'm fasting right now. I ain't speaking to you.
Hold up, let me see. Somebody says, "Who told you that you didn't have a right to claim your birthright as a Moor?" You talking about Saudi El? That sounds like something Saudi El would say.
How
Because I
you
heard
don't
some
have?
people. You see, Creator said that. Say he told me. I'm wondering who told them they didn't have right to claim their birthright. Yep,
Yep, he said,
Saudi
yeah.
El. Yeah, I heard it. I knew that had to be Saudi El saying some fool. He told somebody else that.
When the
You
prophet
see,
said that your nationality is free.
yeah. See, there you go. See, that's the same thing. The chairman wrote a letter to Saudi El because when they were going back and forth, and the chairman told him that, like the prophet brought nationality, he said it was free. He said I ought to let you perish, but my love won't let me do that. So the chairman done had to spank Saudi El a couple of times, man. Brother wanted to be something that he could never be, basically. He done
Well, so
had
you want?
bogus national, huh?
No, I'm sorry. Messing with my cat. This thing is acting like I don't pay her no attention.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, Creator, he lied. Yeah, Saudi El lied to you. Cause in the end of the day, his temple ain't even a real temple. The temple that he claimed to establish, it was not the prophet temple. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Saudi El like to cuss. He cussed like a sailor. I done been
Like,
on one of his calls listening in. He didn't know I was there. Somebody gave me the number, and they were talking, and the people were silent. How damn it, y'all don't hear me talking?
oh wow. And
Yeah, what
listen,
ain't wrong with y'all?
his wife. I won't lie. His wife got more control than he does.
His sister, man, his god woman, man, she's very powerful. You can get more vibration from her.
Yeah.
Sister
I
got a
said,
lot of
watched her
love in her.
video. She articulate. She don't swear. I'm like, yo, he like the polar opposite. I'm like, well, they do say opposites attract. I was
They create a violent universe, say it told him I am the temple. Oh yeah, you sure enough messed up when you told him that. Yeah, he went in, I already know. He like, yeah, he went off when you told him that. Yeah, Saudi El something else, man. Yeah, I kicked him off my page. I used to let him stay on there. He'll come on trying to challenge me, but I let him do it for like 15 years, bro. And I was like, enough is enough. So I kicked him off of there. Like, get out of here. I finally kicked him up off of there after 15 years of toleration. You know,
Get that old school you get from him.
yeah, get on up out of here. And, not only him, but a couple of more of them. When they go to talking reckless and raise their head up, I get rid of them now. Because a lot of people don't know, I started teaching on my YouTube. I'm at my Facebook. And that's all I use it for, even to this day. It will be ones trying to challenge me, man. And so that I started going at the Moors that was telling me these different groups. Saudi L, one of them, is a couple of more of them I used to get on when they be trying to, and they start after they seen I wasn't nothing to be played with, they want to try to be my friend then. And so, I let them be. And it
Yeah.
was some of that bled over in the Sarnetta channel though, because I ended up going back and forth with my brother Lord Alba, and what the other cat name, Agent Trojan Horse, Tahaka Bay, Loud Mouth.
Oh, hey man,
I
that
had to
dude.
spank him up.
Because I asked him, I said, brother, he got mad at me. I said, brother, why are you so obsessed with Tariq Nasheed, brother?
You didn't see Tariq slapping,
Yeah. But I'm just saying, bro, why are you so
and
obsessed
he
with
took
that
off.
man, bro?
He took off. Pew!
I said,
Hey, Tyreek slapped the fire out of that young man. He went to scary around running. I know he was telling him, I'm calling the police.
I'm calling police.
Tyreek hit him so quick, pow!
And that's another thing. I'm like,
Took
yo, I thought
off.
the prophet said, man, you don't call the European on your brother.
Oh, that's what he was with. Yeah, he called them people, boy. I was gonna call them people. All that gangster stuff he was talking in my inbox, he called me a P Negro, and not in them words. F Negro, when I see you, I'm gonna put hands on your PUS. Yeah, he was
Oh
talking
man.
all that. And I told him, I said, brother, I said, you would rather see me as a white clad soldier than see me in all black. I said, trust me, don't let this internet fool you. I'm on a whole wave of thinking, but I don't think I'm the one to be played with. Like, don't tempt my nerves.
Right. Right.
Cause
And
I can oblige you, in that manner. That ain't what you want. You may
we
think
ain't
that's
trying to
what you
do
want.
that. Why we
Yeah,
gotta
we
do
ain't
that, man?
demonstrating on that level. But he was talking like that. Yeah, them brothers got in my inbox, cussed me out. They say they want to fight. They
Oh
don't want to
yeah.
deal with the knowledge no more. Yeah. Yeah, I was up there in Baltimore, man, one of the next days after he was talking crazy like that. And after I got up there, oh, brother, it's just the internet, brother. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, you were talking like that 13 hours ago. I'm all the way up here from Florida with my hands in your hand. What you talking about? You know what I mean? Yeah, this is just the internet, brother. Don't take
No,
it.
brother. You see, and people get in front of that camera, man, and just clown, man.
Don't.
And supposed to be on a serious measure, man, but they just clown, man.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, I done been cussed out so many ways. It'd be like, brother Kamisha, how you do it? And I'd be like, cause I ain't finna let them take me back to where I used to be. It's easy to go there. You know what I mean? I'm
It's
not
harder to
finna let
stay on
them
the
do.
straight path.
Yeah, I ain't finna let them take me back there. And so all is well, man. I'm just here to try to bring light to the people and unite them, brother.
Now, brother, the book of Ali, what is
Uh,
it? What is it really about?
well, the book of Ali deal with the four main books, that were actually written directly by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The other was divinely prepared. But the book of Ali is dealing with the divine origin of the Asiatic nations, which I actually did a breakdown on my videos. I went through them a couple of times. You know, a lot of it deals with also the capital of Egypt, empire and dominion of Africa. You know, basically the true history of Christianity, and he those four main books that he brought forth, and he go deep into detail. The chairman did in the commentary that give you the historicity of them, so to speak.
Yeah,
A lot of
I'm not gonna be able to sleep until I get these really bad. I'm one of them types. I will
yeah,
be
wait,
fiending over
bro,
a book.
bro. When you get at the chairman, just call him. Call him first dome. Tomorrow or the day rather. Bro, he got him. He'll give you autographed copy too of the Book of Fire. You know, we also have flags if you want them. You know, like the Grand Seal, Grand National Emblem. You know, he got them in large and medium size, and then medallions. You know, he also had those. So we got a couple of items. So yeah, just call him tomorrow or today rather, and get at him and set your order up. I think our brother, you done froze up over there, Zah. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think our brother done froze up. Yeah, but yeah, creator of the Boundless Universe, yeah. Yes, a lot of them that want to be studio gangsters claiming they Moors. You know, our people tired of bombs and guns. Yeah, I see our brother done froze up over there. Maybe he'll come back in here in a second. Yep, he dropped off. Maybe his apparatus died on it. But yeah, we definitely gonna get a chance to build again with the family. You know, it's been real. I'm actually finna lay it down myself, and we'll definitely see our family again in the next few hours. Okay, we see somebody. Oh, that's our brother coming back in here. Okay.
Hey, peace, brother. I'm sorry, man. My iPhone died on me. I was like, nah.
Yeah, I was telling them. I said, yeah, I think the brother apparatus has died.
Yeah, I got luckily I got like all my old phones that I have, like my old Android phones, because I use my Android phones to like watch movies and stuff, because you can go on third-party sites with the Android. The iPhone won't let you.
Right.
So I keep a backup Android phone. And that's my phone when situations like that. When my iPhone die, I can hurry up and switch over.
Right. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. You definitely can go on the site and get the chairman. Get the chairman to get you the books too.
Oh yeah, I most definitely. Well, one, I gotta support the brother because he been doing a lot of work, man. And I always, it's so many of our elders, man, that they never get the appreciation and the love while they alive. Only when they die, everybody want to love on them and appreciate them. You know what I'm saying? But they very, very seldom get it while they here.
Yeah.
And I always want to be one to give it to them while they here. You know what I'm saying? Especially a man that's doing work like that. Yeah, but the other man should come in his face, shake his hand, and tell him thank you. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, usually we don't do that. We wait until they die and then, oh, he's a great man. He did this, he did that. He was the first one to bring this. But while he was alive, you act like none of that existed.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's real talk. Yeah.
And my favorite, besides, the absolute, what I call the absolutes, like the prophets and things like that. But my favorite person of all time, after all of the prophets and the holy man, is Brother Malcolm, Brother El Hajj, man. Sometimes I'll sit to myself, man, and I'll cry, man, because I know it was Allah's plan, man. It was Allah's decision, man. But I really would want to see in an alternate universe what that brother would have became, man, if he stayed alive.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
because he was doing. Yeah, but man, listen, he was on what we all should be on. But listen, in my view, we should all be as whatever you want to call us. We call ourselves Moors because we know who we are. But whatever you want to call us, we all should be suing the U.S. government for our reparations. Everybody. Everybody at the same time.
That's right.
And taking them to court, international court for everything. Because people don't understand. That's the real reason why they killed Malcolm. Because he was going and meeting in the Middle East. He met with Ayatollah Khomeini. You know what I'm saying? He was going to bring up charges against the United States government for their Holocaust against us. You know what I'm saying? He was.
That's what we done. at the United Nations.
United Nations.
You know, and that's
You know,
what
and
that's why I came into the government, because I was inspired, you know, by Malcolm myself. And then I seen the chairman was already demonstrating. I got behind him. You know, so all is well. You know,
Yes,
that's
sir.
the thing. The family got to realize that you ain't doing nothing wrong by proclaiming who you are. You know, you ain't doing nothing criminal. And then you ain't got nothing to lose but your change, so you ain't scared to get on no front line for it. Bring it.
Right.
You feel me? That's how I see it. I can't die no harder than my ancestors. We got to leave here. You coming right behind me anyway. You
Right.
feel me? So, you know, but our people got to get out of that state of being full of fear. Being like feeling like they doing wrong for wanting to be free. You can't make me think like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so.
And I always
Love
had a
kept
problem,
out.
man. I'm like, I can't like, and I love, you know, my Muslim brothers, man. But I'm like, bro, everybody got somebody of their hue to follow.
Facts.
But when it come to us, we supposed to just follow behind everybody else. In every faith, we follow behind everybody else.
Everybody else. Yep. That's exactly what it is. We don't supposed to have a nationality. They say when we talk about, oh, that's nationalism. Well, what about when you say you're an Arab? Ain't that nationalism? Stop saying
Stop saying
Arab.
you a descendant of Ishmael.
Yeah, stop saying that.
They want to fight you. You say that.
Yeah.
That's their pride and joy. I'm a descendant of Ishmael.
Right.
So then you admitting that you have a darker hue, because I could have swore Hajar was from Nubia.
Yeah, that's what Chica Anta Diop tell you. He tell you Ishmael was of the Cushite. Well, you know that if you do your research too, you know. Yeah, they can't tell us anything. Yeah,
So, well, I appreciate speaking with you so much, brother. I'm glad I was able to catch you again, man. I dropped my address in the chat, but I'm gonna drop my email address also on your Facebook. But what I'm also gonna do now, I'm gonna go back. I'm on like your 4th video ever, because when I listen to a video, I'll listen to it, but then I'll listen to it like 2 or 3 times because I want to listen and I want to comprehend it.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm on your 4th video, and I'm just slowly working my way up because I got a lot of information to retain. And I got to put up those mental blocks, man, to not let that religious gang banging come into the manifest, man. You know what I'm saying? I got to keep that open heart and that open mind, because that's what we do. We'll put it up. Nope, that's not the way I see it, or I ain't never heard it like that before, so it's false.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know how it go. You know, just know that when I put it out there, brother, I definitely put it out there for the unity. You know what I mean? And then one thing about me, I ain't gonna never say nothing that can't be by what we stand on. That's always in my mind. I ain't one of them unbridled minds, so to speak, right? That just go crazy. When I'm speaking, I know that I have to speak within the limits of what Allah revealed. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't just be like, what I say, I'm canceling. No, man, I don't demonstrate like that. Yeah, every time I say something, I'm being guided by what I know Allah has revealed. You know? So yeah, all is well, brother.
All right, brother. But you have a good morning. I'm finna listen to some more of your videos before Fajr kick in, inshallah.
Yes, sir. All is well, brother. Most definitely.
Yes, sir. Islam, brother. Assalamu alaikum, man. I love you, brother, and peace and love to the chat.
Islam. Walaikum salam. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, brother. You know the love is mutual.
Yes, sir. Gaddafi's, brother.
Yes, sir. All right, family. Everybody out there, want to give honors to all of y'all as well. Everybody that checked in tonight. It's most definitely honors to every one of y'all. And love is indeed on the manifest for everybody that showed up. Y'all already know how we get out. It's been another grand drawing right here. I want to give honors to our family, Born Dog, Idris Amir, again, Anti-American American family, UTLS. Want to give honors to our family, Facebook user, Lit, Living Truth, Goddess, Prophetess Keys. Honors to Rodney Menzel, our brother El Yashar, Beit Yisrael, A.T. Sankofa. Honors to you, family, for showing up, and creator of the boundless universe. Honors to you as well, family. Peace and love. See y'all in a few. Peace.